joins those of you that are watching across the state of Oklahoma. Should be a dandy this evening. And if you know anything about either one of these clubs, you know something about the other because it's a big rivalry. Wichita State, a ball club that last year went to Omaha, finishing third in the College World Series. They did it by going through Stillwater, beating OSU on this field. And they're off to another great start. As for Oklahoma State, the Cowboys struggled a little bit early this year by Oklahoma State standards, but recently they have put it together. George Frazier, former Major League pitcher, is back with us tonight for the color commentary. And George, first of all, on the Shockers of Wichita State, they win 24 in a row right out of the chute this year. Since then, for them, they have slumped a bit.
Well, I think it's, continual high. They're at the College World Series, finished third in the nation. They win 24 straight, but the thing that can happen when you win that many ball games that early in the season is you get into a lull where you're not going to lose. You think you're going to win every ball game. But when you do finish third in the nation, you got a lot of clubs coming into your ballpark. You're going to a lot of ballparks. People are fired up to you. They reach that extra competitive level to knock you off. I think that now they're realizing they've got to play some baseball to get back in the position they were last year.
The Cowboys of Coach Gary Ward have won 9 of their last 10, a sweep of Nebraska this past weekend, and they beat Wichita in Wichita a week ago tonight.
That was a big win. I think it was a turning point for their ball club. They've been beaten by Oral Roberts. Arkansas had beat them here in this ballpark, but to go to Wichita State before 5,500 fans and beat Wichita State, I think now what we're seeing is the Oklahoma State ball clubs of the past, we just don't recognize some of the names. The Ferrises, the Venturas are gone, and it takes time to replace those. It takes time for these young kids to accept the pressure of those guys being gone and taking their places and going after it, and what a better time to do it. It's tournament time.
Well, we're in the booth enjoying this one tonight. We've got everything covered for you. Dave Armstrong will be roving the stands and the field. Dave?
Well, I'm sitting here with all my friends right now in the stands, Bill. I've already lost my voice. This game is so exciting. We're expecting a great contest between Wichita State and Oklahoma State. I'll be in the dugouts. I'll be all over Allie Reynolds Stadium again to provide the flavor of the contest.
All right, thanks, Uke. Move down to the front row. We'll be back with the starting lineups and the opening pitch of tonight's college baseball game in just a moment.
You're watching OSU Baseball on United Cable Sports.
According to RL Polk, if you buy one Honda, sooner or later you'll probably buy another, which is why Honda has been named first in import owner loyalty for the 12th year in a row. Find out for yourself what makes Honda owners true blue. At Schofield's, we're betting that once you buy a Honda, whether it's a practical Civic, sporty CRX, state-of-the-art Prelude, or luxurious Accord, you'll never want to pay more for less again. Schofield Honda, 7017 East Kellogg, your little profit dealer.
How is he anyway? Oh, Dad's fine. We celebrated his birthday yesterday, and I couldn't get away without a lecture on finance.
Well, you expect that, right? Did he mention us?
Listen, with Dad, talking about money is talking about Wichita Federal Savings. CDs and IRAs, and lately it's been those
tax-deferred and tax-free investments?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Well, you gotta admit, over the years, he's made some pretty smart investments.
Yeah, well, as a matter of fact, that's why I'm here.
Developing good habits takes time. Taking time each day. Dedication and perseverance. A willingness to try new things and establish new routines. It also takes a daily commitment to self-improvement. Read the Eagle Beacon every day. It's a good habit.
It all started with a wave of excitement. Water vehicles by Yamaha. The Wave Jammer, born to freestyle. It's your solo thrill machine from Yamaha. The Wave Runner, built for two. Reliability and versatility. Performance and handling. Catch the waves at your Yamaha water vehicle dealer today.
Catch the waves in Wichita at K&N Motorcycles, Douglas and West Street.
We're ready to go. Shockers and Cowboys. Here's Wichita State pitcher Jeff Williams with the Shockers starting lineup.
Hi, I'm Jeff Williams. I'm your special guest tonight doing the lineup for the Shocks. Leading off tonight, playing center field, Jim Pee Wee Herman Audley. Batting second from Pittsburgh, Kansas, playing second base, P.J. Brewster Forbes. Batting third, the shortstop, your friend and mine, number 5, Mike Lansing. Batting fourth, the little guy, number 22, our catcher from Fort Wayne, Eric Wedge. Batting fifth, the first baseman, the left fielder. He moved. Number 6, Mike McDonald. Batting sixth, number 19 from Heights High School in Wichita, Todd Dreifert. Batting seventh, the third baseman, Pat Mears. Batting eighth, the first baseman, Bryant Winslow. Batting ninth, playing right field, Joey the Dog Wilson. And pitching tonight for the Shockers, number 21, Greg Spike Brummett. Hi, Mom.
All right, Jeff, you'll pay for that time later. We are underway, and Audley takes a 1-1 pitch and drives it down to the first baseman, Manny Cervantes. And there's one out here in the top of the first. Welcome to baseball coverage on United Cable Sports. Bill Land and George Frazier with you here in the booth. Dave Armstrong will be out and about around the ballpark. Cervantes retires. Jim Audley, the center fielder. And with one out, the number 2 man in the Shocker order, P.J. Forbes, the second baseman, comes to the plate for Wichita State. The Shockers coming into this ball game at 42-8, and Oklahoma State 35-10. A great matchup of two fine programs. Last week, Wichita State, a loser to Oklahoma State as they met in Wichita and had the biggest crowd in the history of college baseball in the state of Kansas. 5,510 showed up at X Stadium, Tyler Field, as Oklahoma State won 11-6 in the first meeting between these two. On the mound is Cassidy Kraft for the Cowboys. He is a senior from Jones, Oklahoma, and has not seen much time this year, George. This is just his 7th appearance. He's getting his 2nd start. Has an ERA of 10.24. You see the numbers being flashed in front of you. A chance here to maybe move his name up on Gary Ward's order of pitchers against a great team like Wichita.
Well, I think it is. It gives him the opportunity to go out against a good ball club. It's kind of like being thrown to the wolves when you're facing a ball club like Wichita State. But for somebody that hadn't been on a mound in a while, he sure is throwing an awful lot of strikes. And I think it's fantastic that the kid's getting the opportunity to come out and pitch tonight.
Cassidy Kraft, not inexperienced, a senior and played 2 years at Oklahoma City University. That program formerly a very good NCAA Division I, now NAI. In fact, played in 2 NAI World Series for the Chiefs. And he gets Forbes on some soft stuff for his first strikeout of the night, has retired the first 2 hitters.
Ahead in the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Goes right after the hitter, takes something off the ball, throws it away. Out of the strike zone, gets him to go for it. Good pitch with the 1-2 count on it.
Brings up shortstop Mike Lansing. You see the numbers, .399 for Lansing. Wichita State as a ball club hitting .348.
Stevenson always has some good hitters, doesn't he?
Oh, these two coaches both known for their hitting expertise among college baseball coaches. Gene Stevenson for the Shockers and Gary Ward of Oklahoma State.
Both these ball clubs, you wonder who's going to kick the field goal to win.
That's right. They've had some great battles over the years. This one catches the corner, and it's 1-1. There's Gene Stevenson. Won over 600 ball games in his 12 years at Wichita State. And Gary Ward, who has 7 appearances in the College World Series, was shooting for 8 in a row last year, and the Shockers winning here in the regional denied Ward's ball club the chance to do that.
You know, that had to make Gary feel fantastic too, going into Wichita State last week. Beat them in front of that kind of crowd. Kind of sets the tempo for this ball game. We're getting a packed house in here tonight.
Lansing to Hopper Carlson at third, and the throw is good. 3 up, 3 down for the Shockers. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. We go to the bottom of 1. No score here in Stillwater.
You're watching OSU Baseball on United Cable Sports.
It's great, it's grand, it's Schofield's 1989 Grand Am-O-Rama. Right now at Schofield Pontiac GMC, we have Grand Ams loaded with standard equipment starting at just $88.90. 2- and 4-door Grand Ams with air conditioning, tilt wheel, cruise, and AM/FM cassette start at just $96.90. A 1989 Grand Am equipped with automatic transmission, cast aluminum wheels, air, cruise, and cassette is yours for $10,980. Schofield Pontiac GMC, 7633 East Kellogg.
Schofield,
your little profit dealer.
The next time you have a tall printing order or need to make a lot of copies fast, just call Greyhound Printing. From high-speed copies to business cards, envelopes and letterheads, stationery, statements and invoices, Greyhound Printing will assist you with printing orders large and small, no matter what the job. Rest assured that your order will be done right and on time. There's even free pickup and delivery. Greyhound Printing, professional service without the professional price at 264-8231. That's 264-8231.
Oklahoma State pitcher Tony Kafuri has the Cowboys starting lineup tonight.
Hello, I'm Tom Kafuri for Oklahoma State Cowboys. Doing tonight's starting lineup is Rain Man. Yeah, we definitely have Mitch Simons batting first and second base. He's playing second base tonight. Batting second with Jeremy Burnitz in right field. Batting third, Brad Bean Blossom. It's definitely Brad Bean Blossom playing shortstop tonight. Batting fourth, be designated hitter Ray Ortiz. The Ray Ortiz DH. Batting fifth, Steve Daly. Definitely Steve Daly in left field tonight. Batting sixth, third baseman Bobby Carlson. Definitely Bobby Carlson at third base. Batting seventh, freshman Brian Purvis. Purvis in center field. Batting eighth, first baseman Manny Cervantes. Definitely Manny Cervantes. Batting ninth, catching be Todd Shelton. Pitching tonight will be Cassidy Kraft. Cassidy Kraft be pitching tonight. I have to go now. It's Judge Wapner in 16 minutes. Definitely Wapner in 16 minutes.
All right, thank you, Tom. Hope you enjoy the starting lineups, and we try to involve everybody in the act in these telecasts. Tom Kafuri, who will be back with some Dick Vitale later on, and Jeff Williams, who also will try his hand at Robin Leach. So a lot of highlights, much more than baseball on this telecast. On the mound for the Cowboys, rather for the Shockers, Greg Brumman, a senior out of Wichita, 6 foot 185. Here's Mitch Simons, the leadoff hitter for Oklahoma State. He has a 1-1 count. Here's the third pitch.
You know, talking to Gene Stevenson prior to the ballgame, he said that the only way Brumman's going to have success tonight is if he's got an umpire that can work with him. He's not a type of guy that's going to throw a lot of balls over the middle of the plate. Fastball moves a lot. He's got a sharp breaking slider, mixes the balls in and out on you, and the only way he'll have success tonight is if he's got an umpire that's going to work with him and maybe expand the strike zone a little bit. But he's put up some pretty good numbers. The nice thing you like about when you look at Brumman, you like to look at he's got a 301, 10-2 record. He's 79 strikeouts, 28 walks. He's almost 3-to-1 on his walks. And you look at a pitcher that's putting up those kind of numbers, he's going to win. And I hope I don't hex him tonight. He's 3-2 already.
He was overshadowed last year with David Haas being the key man on the Shocker pitching staff, but had a very good year at 10-5. A ground ball to second base. Forbes over to Winslow, and there's one down here in the Cowboy first. No score. P.J. Forbes. Boy, they've got a good infield, the Shockers. Done some moving around this year. And it's kind of funny that Gene Stevenson, as he gave me a rundown on some of his players today, kept saying, and the guy's best position is shortstop. He's got really Mears at third, Forbes at second, that both can play short very well. It gives you an idea of the quality of a guy named Mike Lansing, who does anchor that position. Here's Jeremy Burnitz, right fielder for the Cowboys. And with nobody out, one out and nobody on, he steps in outside, ball one.
I think one of the keys for Oklahoma State in this ballgame is they're going to have to get on Brumman early. Don't give him a chance to get set in some patterns and let the umpire get comfortable with what he's throwing. And they need to jump all over him, try to get him out of the ballgame early.
Burnitz homered against the Shockers last Wednesday night in Wichita.
It's the first night we've had some wind blowing out, Bill.
Yeah, nice warm evening here in Stillwater, Oklahoma, and it'll be a great night for baseball when that sun sets. Would have been very hot had they played this afternoon, but going to be a real nice night, and imagine we're going to see some runs scored, although you look at the Shockers stats and a team ERA of 2.96. That's incredible.
That is fantastic for college baseball.
2-1, and here's the delivery to Burnitz in the dirt, and 3-1. And when you take a look at, we talked about the hitting styles. See Burnitz glancing down at Gary Ward. Gary Ward teaches patience with his ball club. His team will take a lot of pitches. And on the other side, Brent Kemnitz, the pitching coach of the Shockers, says that means you've got to be aggressive with Oklahoma State. Don't over-respect them. You've got to get ahead of them, because if you get behind, things like this will happen. Burnitz will walk, somebody will put one up into that wind tonight, and it'll be out of here.
Well, the thing about it right here is, got to tell you something about how much respect they have for the Oklahoma State Cowboys. when he throws a 3-ball, 1-strike curveball for ball 4, and it was a pretty good pitch. So when you're setting up there in that situation, you talk about being patient. He picked up rotation and left it alone.
1 out, 1 on. The number 3 man, Brad Beanblossom, comes to the plate for the Cowboys. You see Beanblossom's numbers, junior out of Louisville.
Be interesting tonight too to see if Gary tries to manufacture some runs with Oklahoma State tonight. Some hit and runs, running hits.
Gary Ward's happy with his ball club, and 2 weeks ago when we were here, he was not. His team, after losing back-to-back games to Oral Roberts University, he made some personnel decisions. They'd played 35 ball games and said, hey, it's time to finally settle on who he was going to go with, and he is, for the most part, gone with the younger players. The Cowboys, for years, have relied on junior college players, but Coach Ward felt at that time that they had gotten a fair shake and hadn't gotten everything that he had wanted, and he has gone with some younger guys. They have responded after being spot players early in the season, and thus they've won 8 of their last 9 and really came out of it against Nebraska this weekend by sweeping the Cornhuskers.
I think a big part of that too is when you got a guy like Ortiz. When we were here on the previous telecast, he was 0 for 18, and now he's come out and he's just tearing the cover off the baseball again.
0-1 count, 1 out, no score. We're in the bottom of 1 here in Stillwater, Oklahoma State and Wichita State.
One thing Tom Kelly always stressed, everybody's got to be in that boat paddling the oars. And one of the oars drops in the lake, you're going to have some problems.
Beanblossom fouls this one off. Now in the hole, 0-2.
For those of you that don't know, Tom Kelly is the manager of the Minnesota Twins.
Wins a World Series title a couple years ago, and that's still basic information that must be passed along from time to time. Some people forget about the guy calling the shots. Wedge has trouble coming up with this one, and advancing to second base will be Burnitz.
That's something unusual for Wedge because of his talent as a catcher. Gene Stevenson ranked him and put him with some of the greatest catchers he's ever had. Talking about the Ronas that's catching in the big leagues right now and doing a heck of a job for him.
So if a ball gets away from Wedge, you can usually, if you want to point blame, probably say it's the pitcher's fault.
Oh, never blame it on us. It's always everybody else's fault.
Beanblossom takes it to right. Fighting the sun is Joey Wilson. He makes the grab, and moving to third base is Burnitz. Beanblossom moves the runner along, but there are 2 down. You see the good crowd here tonight at Allie Reynolds Stadium.
You know, this situation right here, Bill, where you're going to find out, where this kid's going to find out if he's got 2 outs. He's got a man on third base and the big gun's up. Ortiz up. Let's see if he's smart enough that he pitches around him and faces Burnitz, I believe, is the next hitter coming up behind him, or Daly. Instead of trying to sit here and get a guy out, pitch around him a little bit. If you walk him, if he swings at a bad pitch, great.
You saw Ortiz numbers. You're still seeing some of them flash by you. He leads the Cowboys in just about every offensive category of importance, and George had mentioned was not swinging the bat well when the last time we saw him 2 weeks ago. Well, he came out of things though against Nebraska and now leads the ball club in runs, hits, RBIs, doubles, home runs was 17, slugging percentage at .844. It goes on and on. Ray Ortiz is the guy they expect to get it done. And he's ahead in the count. 3-0 now. Ortiz looks. Does he have the green light? We're in the first inning. No score.
I'd be surprised if they'd take the bat out of his hand. Wind's blowing out. Wind is galing out.
Right now it is to left. Just missed. So Brummett has walked 2 men and has them on the corners right now. He walked Burnitz. He moved on a pitch in the dirt to second base, advanced to third on the fly out from Beanblossom, and now Ortiz aboard at first with a second walk from Brummett. And that means Steve Daly, who is the hottest member of this Oklahoma State ball club right now. This is a freshman, folks. Look at those numbers. He hit 3 of those homers in 1 game this weekend against Nebraska. That tied a Big 8 record that is shared by a number of players, including Pete Incaviglia, former Cowboy now with the Texas Rangers. Daly a 15-game hitting streak, longest in the ball club. And during that streak, he is 25 of 50. That's 500 for you non-mathematicians and 17 RBIs.
Don Metting would even like that.
He'd be proud, wouldn't he? Winslow takes the throw over from Brummett. The Shockers win an order in the first. And now Oklahoma State threatening with 2 down in their half. And Steve Daly, freshman left fielder, at the plate with a 1-0 count. It's a fun time of year for college baseball. Boy, you feel for these guys. They play in some miserable weather in February and in March. And finally, this time of year, things start to get a little warm. It is true baseball weather. And these two teams normally begin to peak at this time of year.
A lot of these guys, I mean, Gary Ward's already been in 4 tournaments. He's back, you know. He's taken his ball club. He went up to Minnesota and played indoors. He's been in I believe it was New Orleans, and played in a tournament down south. You try to get them into the warm weather, but the hardest thing is you go play 7 or 8 ball games south where it's 80 degrees and then come back home and it's 45 again, and you're playing ball games in a snowstorm. It's hard on your players, hard on pitchers' arms.
The Shockers went to Hawaii and played in the tournament there. That's when they were red hot, had their 24-game winning streak stopped over there. 3-0 now to Daly.
You know, one of the things you always try to stress to a young man as a pitcher, and I was guilty of this as well as every guy in the major leagues or anywhere else, is don't show a whole lot of emotion on the mound. I know when he walked Burnett's early that he showed a lot of emotion on the mound towards the umpire. And how can you not give me that pitch? But all that's going to do is hurt you. As a pitcher on the mound, you can't let the umpire dictate how you're going to throw the baseball. And it may have been a strike, but just come right back after him again. And he's getting more concerned and frustrated because he's just missing.
You Shocker fans, if you'd like to get on the umpire at home and scream and yell at him, his name's Tim Norman behind the plate tonight. There's ball 4. Well, that did look pretty good.
Pretty good pitch.
So the bases are loaded via walks. Burnett's at third. Daly aboard now at first, and sandwiched in between out at second is Ray Ortiz. There's Brett Chemnitz, the pitching coach of Wichita State. I think that look toward home plate umpire Tim Norman pretty well told you his feelings. Well, I made the comment earlier about Gene Stevenson feeling that going to have to get a little help from the umpire.
Well, I think what's going to happen here is he's waiting on that umpire to come out because he's going to have a few choice words to say to him as the umpire approaches the mound now. And all he's doing is, it's his job as a pitching coach to say something. If he gets kicked out of the ball game, fine. Don't let your pitcher or catcher get thrown out of the ball game. And he'll come out and he'll voice his opinion towards this umpire. Now, he may not say it directly to him, or he may say it directly towards him. But he's going to let him know that he's got to have a little bigger strike zone. He realizes he's on the road, but you can't be as tight as he's being right now.
There's our situation. Bunch of zeros that could change real quickly with a well-placed base hit by Carlson. Bobby Carlson, third baseman. This is one of the guys that I was talking about that Gary Ward mentioned has made a decision. This is his third baseman. He had moved some other people. We saw a lot of Eric Coca earlier in the year, and also they have played some other folks in there, but he has decided that Carlson is the guy. And kind of surprisingly, I think, to Coach Ward, is he didn't feel that he was a great defensive third baseman, but he's made great strides there and now has done the job defensively as well as at the plate.
Well, he's working at it. You know, when you want to work at it and you go out here and you take 150 ground balls a day, then you're going to end up getting better. You can't get worse. And he's out working in his position every day.
(1-0), 2 outs. And there's strike 1. That's the first strike in a while, as Ortiz and Daly both walked on 4 straight pitches. B. Blossom had flied to right prior to that.
But I think he's throwing 9 balls and 1 strike, and it's just, you know, this situation right here, if he gives up a long ball here, it could be a very long night for everybody. And you don't want to get yourself into a rut. I mean, here's a guy that's got a walk-strikeout ratio of 3-to-1, and he's already walked 3 guys in the first inning.
There's our situation. The red dots, meaning men on those bases. They're loaded here for the Cowboys. Carlson takes called strike 2, so we're even at 2-2. Carlson, you want to see the 250 batting average, and you say, you know, this guy may not be a big threat, but Coach Ward has commented his hits have been timely. They have come at the right time, and certainly we'll see if we jinxed him with that comment right here.
Let's hope not. Let's see a little offense. Atta baby.
Forbes makes the play, and he came a long way to get that baseball. Forbes was shaded towards second, makes the play, and the Cowboys waste a great opportunity. No runs, no hits, no errors. They leave 3. No score after 1. Back with a second in a moment.
You're watching OSU Baseball on United Cable Sports.
This is a truck town. This is a GMC truck town. And nobody sells more GMC trucks in town than Schofield's. Right now, a Sierra full-size pickup with free automatic transmission and more is yours for just $11,995. Schofield's mega value leader is the S15 pickup for only $68.95. And an S15 Jimmy is only $14,590. All prices plus freight and rebate to dealer. Schofield Pontiac GMC, 7633 East Kellogg. Schofield. Your little profit dealer.
Headaches, backaches, arm and leg pain, stiff neck, numbness in your hands or feet.
If you're experiencing any of these discomforts, let Beck Chiropractic Clinic provide you with a free initial examination.
And remember, Beck Chiropractic Clinics accept your qualifying insurance as payment in full. No deductibles or co-payments. Call Beck Chiropractic Clinics today for your free exam. No deductibles or co-payments.
No score as we go to the Shocker second. Cleanup man Eric Wedge will lead it off, followed by McDonald and Dreifert for Wichita State. Here is a look at the Cowboy defense. Cervantes at first base for Oklahoma State. Mitch Simons at second. Over at shortstop, Brad Beanblossom. And at third, Bobby Carlson. In the outfield for OSU, Steve Daly in left. Must have known he was on camera. Brian Purvis holding down center. And in right field, Jeremy Burnitz. Now the ump isn't that big. He isn't behind him, is he? On the mound, Cassidy Kraft for his second inning of work.
I hope I don't jinx him, Bill, by saying this, but in that first inning, for no more innings than he's really pitched. He really showed a lot of poise and came out. I mean, here you got a big crowd. You pitch it against the 6th, 7th ranked team in the nation. Finished 3rd in the nation last year. I know at 18 or 21 years old, I'd have probably tried to throw it through the backstop. And he really showed a lot of poise and came out, got ahead of the hitters.
And you saw catcher Todd Shelton. Here's the Shocker catcher, Eric Wedge. He leads them in home runs. Was 16. He had 11 each of the last 2 seasons, and he's ahead of the count here 2-0. Let's see what kind of pitch Kraft will come up with. Ball 3. So
I think
you saw the close calls in the last half inning with Oklahoma State seemingly getting a few. Well, I'm sure right now that the Cowboy coaches are saying, now wait a minute.
I think he tricked the umpire. Those 2 old curveballs can do that to you. You know, Rick Sutcliffe's really good at what Mr. Kraft just did. He threw a batting practice fastball for a strike at 3-0. Here, hit it. See how far you can hit it. And 9 out of 10 times, they're going to pop it up.
Looks so flat, they overswing.
Oh, they'd come out of their shoe tops. There's another one. Wow.
Ball 4. Kraft didn't like that as Wedge gets a walk and is the first Shocker base runner after the first 3 were retired in order to open the ball game. And Wedge got an excellent eye. That's his 46th walk this year, and he struck out just 12 times.
Fantastic.
And unusual for a power hitter sometimes.
Very unusual for a power hitter, but yet, you know, that shows some discipline that Gene Stevenson preaches. But if it's there, they're going to hit it with Wichita State. I don't know. Maybe this umpire wants to get all the TV time he can and try to prove to his wife he really did umpire tonight.
Well, he's gotten enough of that in the first inning. Mike McDonald steps in for the Shockers, another one of their veterans. Played first base in their great season last year, moved to left field with the good speed that he has. one of the things that impresses you most about this Shocker team is the good team speed, and Coach Stevenson really puts a premium on that defensively, maybe more so than offensively. He likes what he can do defensively with the kind of speedsters he's got.
Well, you got to, if you don't have pitching and defense, you're not going to win many ball games at any level. And you try to build through the middle: catcher, shortstop, second, center field, and your pitching.
See, Wedge got a little speed himself. 6 of 6 in the steal category.
I don't think he gets the green light every time. He looks like a Mack truck sitting down at first base.
The Shockers have seen Cassidy Kraft. Breaking ball upstairs. He pitched in the Oklahoma State victory last Wednesday. Was not particularly effective. Through an inning, gave up 2 hits, charged with 4 runs, all of them earned, walked 3 and struck out 1. In the first inning, he looked totally different of those type of numbers, but he has walked Wedge to open things here in the second. Two and 0, nobody out, 1 man on. No score here in Stillwater. And that one catches the outside corner. Kraft working hard here this evening. It is not hard to work up a sweat. We've got a good breeze that now is almost blowing crossfield from right to left. McDonald lifts it high. Going back in right field is Burnitz. He makes the grab on the track, and hustling back to first base is Wedge. 1 down.
You know, I didn't think the ball would carry that far into the wind, because the wind is galing out into the left field corner more so than it is straight out. I thought the wind might knock that down. It may have knocked it down and kept it in the park.
Burnitz joking with center fielder Brian Purvis.
He thought he had 3 feet on that warning track. He about fell down.
Comes Tom Holliday. No, that's not Tom. That's Todd Dreifert, the next hitter. But to the mound, pitching coach Tom Holliday for the OSU Cowboys. He'll visit with Kraft, who has retired 4 of the first 5 in the ballgame. Kind of an unusual time to go to the mound. What do you think's on his mind, George?
Well, he's, you know,
or is he doing the same thing that Chemnitz is saying to the umpire? Give me a little break back here.
I think he's making a pitching change. He's motioned towards the bullpen, and I don't know if there's something wrong with Kraft, or maybe he's seen something he doesn't like. Maybe Dave Armstrong down on the field can find out for us why the pitching change this early.
The Cowboy coaches had planned to use a number of pitchers tonight, but certainly the timing of this would lead you to believe that either Coach Holliday has spotted something he didn't like at all, or Kraft is struggling and have some kind of ache.
Well, they're bringing in Carl Myers, 220 earned run average, little lefty.
There's Myers walking on. Carl, 5'9", 165, a senior from Garland, Texas, suburban Dallas. And Cassidy Kraft gets a good hand as he trots off. And behind Myers, Tom Holliday is signaling to the bullpen, maybe to find out who's next in case Myers isn't the answer. And I'm sure they don't expect Myers to go the distance either.
Well, he almost motioned to the bullpen like the next top half of the next inning he'll have another new pitcher. And talking to Gary Ward prior to the ball game, he talked like he was going to throw 5 pitchers tonight. Where on the other hand, Gene Stevenson said, well, we'll try to. I know Dave was talking to him saying, well, we're going to get in and talk to you and why you made a pitching change or this or that. And he says, heck, I hope I don't have to make one. Hope he goes 9 innings.
The schedules of these two teams, as you look at Myers, are very different. We'll tell you about that and how the coaches have approached it in just a moment, but Dave Armstrong is standing by.
I'm with Gary Ward, the head coach of the Oklahoma State Cowboys. Coach, an early pitching change. Why?
Well, we figured to use, we're in our bullpen right now coming out of the series with Nebraska and getting ready to go to Ames for 4, and we'll just patch them together. And with a threat going, you bring a left-hander, the only left-hander in the lineup probably with Dreifert. Hope to get an out, get out of an inning. If wherever Myers goes, if he goes 4, 5, or 6 hitters, we'll continue to do that throughout the bullpen more than likely. May use 5 to 6 pitchers this evening.
Did you see something in your starter tonight that you did not like, and that's the reason for the early change?
No, Cass has probably only had about 15 or 20 innings for the year, and he's been in the kind of the number 10 or 11 spot most of the year, and he's just now coming into his own. And for us to give him 5 or 6 hitters, that's kind of the situation he's going to pitch in at Ames. You don't waste him for Friday and Saturday. You know, you're only 24 hours away from practice and about 36 hours away from game time, and he could be a possibility against a couple of right-handed hitters. He's a multi-breaking ball guy with good command, and we want him both Friday and Saturday, so we don't want to waste anybody tonight. We just want to freshen everybody.
All right, Coach, we'll talk to you later about the resurgence of the Cowboys, but let's get back to the action with Bill Land.
Thank you, Dave, and again, thanks to Gary Ward as well as Gene Stevenson in advance for all their help and cooperation, and sure makes it fun to do these games when the coaches are so cooperative and try walking into a big league dugout and sticking a mic in front of the manager's face in the middle of the second inning in a 0-0 game.
With Don Zimmer.
Yeah, and enjoy eating it.
That's right.
Well, here's the lefty Myers against the left-hander Todd Dreifert. Dreifert, the designated hitter for the Shockers. You see the numbers for Todd, who has come along and performed well for Gene Stevenson. I beg your pardon. One down. On first is Wedge. He got on a walk. Kraft, an inning and a third, gives up one walk, strikes out a batter, allows no hits, no runs, but Wedge would be charged to him. He is still responsible for him. As Carl Myers comes out of the pen, as the Cowboys planning to go by committee tonight on the pitching staff.
It's almost like a spring training game for a big league ball club when you bring him in. You know, and this is not a bad idea in the respect that you can have him come in and face the left-handed hitter, try to get him out of a jam, get a double play ball and end the inning. But still there again, it's early in the ball game. One out in the second inning. Maybe, you know, there again, another spring training game in the big league.
Dreifert, a line drive type hitter. And in the count 3-0. Keep Wedge close at first base.
At least Kraft can call mom tonight and said he had a no-hitter for a while.
So I did my job. And there's strike two. Yeah, I was talking about the schedules. Oklahoma State and Iowa State for doubleheaders Friday and Saturday this weekend. And then they're off all of next week with final exams coming up. So they have some time to do some studying and get back to the books, which is why they're here in the first place. This one in the dirt, and ball four. And on the other hand, Wichita State played last night, hammering Kansas State in Wichita. Will play Kansas tomorrow. Then on the road, they'll drive all night to Carbondale for a weekend series in the Missouri Valley Conference against Southern Illinois. And they have a slew of games again next week, the majority of those on the road. Gene Stevenson's ball club in a different situation. Their finals are coming up the following week. But he says, I don't really like playing this many games, but you want to play in good weather. You want to get them on a roll going into the tournament. So he said you have to make some sacrifices, and that's what they're trying to do.
Well, that's, you know, that's what he needs to do, because he's got to get them ready. Whenever you get this close to tournament time and you play a lot of ball games, Gary's got to, he's fortunate enough that this week he's got finals, then he's got tournament. Next week he's got finals, then he has tournament time, and he gets plays the Sooners here in Oklahoma at Oklahoma State, whereas Gene's got to wait an additional week for the finals to happen. I know that when I was in college, when they told me we were going to get a break, I thought great, and then when they said it was for finals, I went, oh no.
No thank you. Pat Mears at 1-1 with one out. He's the shocker hitter, the second man to face reliever Carl Myers. And on first and second, no score. And a breaking ball that Mears couldn't fight off. And it's now 1-2. Mears, the number 7 hitter in Gene Stevenson's lineup. On deck, first baseman Bryant Winslow.
Well, it sure is a pretty night for baseball. Hot, muggy, perfect.
Something to remember about Mears. He's inconsistent at the plate. They say he can look terrible on one pitch one time, throw it again the next pitch, and he might pound it. And Gene Stevenson said it's not only frustrating for the player, it's frustrating for me as a coach to sit and watch and say, wow, how could that guy look that bad? And then 2 pitches later, or maybe the next appearance at the plate, he pounds it. And it also keeps the pitchers wondering, just what do you throw this guy? I imagine a guy like this can drive everybody nuts.
You know, you remember Jesus Alou?
Oh, yeah.
He used to look so terrible on a curveball. I mean, absolutely terrible. And you'd say, I got him, I'll throw it again. You throw it again, he'd take your head off. He used to say, I was setting you up so you'd throw me another one.
Mears fouls this one off. The count remains 1-2.
There's a lot of good hitters you hear pitchers setting up hitters. Well, there's hitters, the great hitters will set up pitchers also. You may get a guy out away, and you think, well, I'll go back out there again. And the third time up, a Mattingly or a Brett takes down the left field wall with a line drive, and you go, God, how'd he hit that pitch? I got him out 3 times with it. You can't go to the well too often.
Let's see what Myers draws up here with a 1-2 pitch to Mears. Inside, we're even at 2-2. 1 out, top of 2 here in Stillwater. It's Pat Mears.
You know, I don't know if this guy's just working on a tight strike zone. I haven't seen him work the plate, meaning the umpire, Tim Norman, behind the plate yet. There's a lot of pitches. If he wanted to, we could all be out of this inning a long time ago.
Fouls this one off. I will say this, game's young. He has been consistent. I don't think we've seen 2 different zones, do you?
No, we haven't seen 2 different zones on for either team.
It's been
he's
tight
consistent both ways.
Right.
He's had a tight zone for both ball clubs. But you got pitchers on the mound, they got to have a little bit of an expanded strike zone. Maybe it's not as hot down there behind home plate.
No, not only that, this is college baseball. These guys are not professionals. Let's come on, let's give these guys a break. We want to be here 5 hours tonight?
No.
It's a great game, but 5 hours? There's strike 3 to Mears. And 2 down.
I'd like to see him expand the strike zone, give him swing those bats.
Right. Take a look at it.
He throws a pretty good curveball down and in. It would have been a call third strike if he didn't swing anyway. But that's that same curveball that he talked him into swinging out of the first pitch.
Bryant Winslow next up against Mears. 2 down, 2 on for the Shockers in the second, both on walks. No base hits in the ballgame. Brummett, the Shocker pitcher, walked the bases loaded in the Cowboy first. Myers, facing his third hitter, has walked 1 and struck out the other. See the numbers for Bryant Winslow. Big guy with good power, has improved defensively at first base for the Shockers. And always interesting when you see younger players. Winslow, a sophomore from Littleton, Colorado. See how they react to playing in this, a smaller ballpark, a hitter's ballpark. Sometimes you have to caution your hitters to not start drooling over those shorter fences.
You know, the thing about it is Myers is coming to the ballgame. He sure is throwing an awful lot of curveballs. Awful lot. He walked the left-hander on curveballs. He's gotten outs on curveballs.
1-1, 2 out, 2 on. Here's a shot down the left field line. It is foul.
Good strike, 1-5.
I think. I beg your pardon.
No, it's a foul ball, but Gene's begging, I think. Gene Stevenson wanted to call fair. I saw dust fly, but it's a dust off the gravel.
Well, I thought it was definitely foul, but tell me something. Why do umpires hold their hands up like it's a field goal? Why don't they point like a good umpire, I think, should, either to fair territory or to foul, and let everybody in the ballpark know instead of sitting there going, well, what was it, fella?
Yeah, immediately let them know. Immediately.
Is that so hard to do?
It's not real hard to do at all. All he has to turn around and look down the line and make the call.
I mean, we got a packed house here. He lifts his arms up and says, foul. Well, let some other folks know that.
And they're paying another guy, so they got 4.
Yeah, 4 umpires here tonight. Third base ump is Lee Hagler. Well, now we're at 2-2 on Bryant Winslow. Runners back at first and second. Certainly the best hit ball of this young game. Here comes Myers, 2-2 delivery, and this one going deep to left field, back on the track, and it is gone. Home run, Shockers. Bryant Winslow got it up in the wind, and it just did make it over that fence. The Shockers lead it 3-0.
And one thing about it, you can't sit here and continually throw curveball after curveball after curveball. Your hitters are going to sit on it. And, you know, Myers, since coming into the ball game, has probably thrown 15 to 16 pitches, and they've been curveballs.
Here's a look at Winslow's 4th home run of the season.
It's another breaking ball. He gets it down, but not down far enough. He threw it for a strike. In that situation, if he got it down, wind carried that ball out of the ballpark.
Now the first of those runs, Eric Wedge being charged against Cassidy Kraft. The other two, of course, Myers responsible for. Dryford, who was issued a pass, and Winslow with a home run. 3-0 Wichita State here in Stillwater. And the number 9 hitter, Joey Wilson, to the plate. Another breaking ball, and it's 1-1. Wilson's a guy that has got some glossy numbers, but they can be deceiving as he's hitting at .396 coming in here. Has been a part-time performer, and Gene Stevenson has spot played him against some lesser competition, and now saying, hey, with Bonakista, one of the Shockers' big wheels out with a knee injury, it's your chance, Joey. Let's see what you can do against the big fellas, and he's getting the start tonight here against Oklahoma State. Wilson, ground ball to second, over to cover is Simons, and he makes the play. But the Shockers do some damage. They get 3 runs on just 1 hit, no errors. They leave nobody, and it's 3-0 after 1.5.
You're watching OSU Baseball on United Cable Sports.
Loan for a room addition. Good. I see you've had a couple of loans from Wichita Federal Savings before.
I paid for Roger's education, and we bought a woodworking shop.
He bought.
I see. And who's doing the work?
Thinks he can do it himself.
You're a frustrated carpenter looking for a project?
Well, you could say that.
Our son is the carpenter.
Well, didn't I build the whole deck by myself? Well, I might call Roger. He needs the experience.
The next time you've got a tall printing order, or you need a lot of copies fast, you need Greyhound Printing. From high-speed copies to business cards, envelopes and letterheads, folding, even stationery, statements and invoices, Greyhound Printing will assist you with orders large or small, no matter what the job. You can rest assured that your job will be done right and on time. There's even free pickup and delivery. So stay on top of things with Greyhound Printing. 264-8231.
Shockers lead 3-0 as we go to the Cowboys' second. Dave Armstrong is standing by with the Shocker boss, Gene Stevenson.
That's right, Gene. Home run. You were at the third base coaching box. How far did it go out?
Oh, just a little bit. You know, it's just a typical Oklahoma State Park home run. We can hit pop-ups with the best of them.
It was a pop-up, and the wind helped it a little bit.
Well, that's true. But, you know, that's the way it is in this park. So
nice to have an early lead. Brummett, though, pitched a lot of pitches in that first inning. What do you need to do to settle him down here in the second?
Well, he's all right. He just needs to find out where the umpire's strike zone is and then go to it because he can do it.
All right, Gene, good luck the rest of the way. Back to you, Bill.
All right, thank you, Dave. And again, thanks to Gene.
Another high compliment, I think.
Yeah. Well, these umpires, I don't care what they pay, even in the big leagues. It isn't worth it, folks.
It ain't worth it at all.
At any level. But we need them. We need good officials at all levels. Well, it's 0-2 to Brian Purvis to start the Cowboys' second. Purvis, the center fielder for Oklahoma State. You see his numbers flash before you for the season. That home run by Winslow, his first since he hit one on April the 5th against Oral Roberts University 16 games ago for Winslow. But a young player like that, you expect him to come along, and it was not a towering, well, it was towering, but it was not a blast. Purvis at 0-2 after fouling one off, stays that way and steps back in now against Greg Brummett, who did struggle in the first, giving up 3 base on balls, but was able to wiggle out of it, getting Carlson on a grounder that Forbes covered a lot of ground to his left to pick up.
Go ahead and say it. It was a Wrigley Field home run.
I'm tired of, I'll get into that later. I'm tired of people saying Wrigley Field's a hitter's ballpark. On some days, other days, it can be a beautiful place for a pitcher to reside. And the wind blows in April, just about as much as it blows out there.
In April, when it's 800 degrees below zero.
Purvis goes down on strikes, and that's the first K of the night for Greg Brummett.
You know, it's funny. I was there one day at the ballpark. You say when the wind blows in. It's 80 degrees. Beautiful sunshiny day. The wind's galing directly out at 100 miles an hour. By the time the pitchers got through hitting, we went in and changed, came out, went to center field. By the time we got to center field, It was 50 degrees and it's galing straight in. And me and Eckersley looked at each other and said, Sutcliffe is pitching, isn't he? Said, yeah. Said,
Gets all the luck.
That's right. Everybody gets all the luck.
Manny Cervantes, who has picked up things offensively recently for the Cowboys, is at the plate. OSU first sacker. Comes in hitting at 271. Cervantes, a sophomore from Whittier, California, 6'2", 200-pounder. Hit 360 last year. It's taken a while to make some adjustments this season that would be expected when you lose a first-round draft pick like Monty Ferris, a first-round draft pick like Robin Ventura, an excellent hitting catcher in Smith, and some of the other great ball players in this team. And Cervantes down in the lower part of the order, starting to provide some pop. This one, a line drive to center. Jim Audley covers it well out in center for the Shocks, and there's 2 down.
Yeah, but what a great first baseman, too.
Defensively, oh yeah.
Fantastic first baseman. Saw him make some great plays a couple of weeks ago.
Arkansas was here that night, I believe, and Cervantes did it all over there. Arkansas, one of the many strong teams in this area. I said to Gary Ward tonight, who's the best team you've played this year? They have played a ton of good ball clubs. And he kind of cringed like, well, don't make me do that. And I said, well, on that particular night, and he rattled off a lot of teams, but he said, boy, I really like that Arkansas team. Good pitching, timely hitting, got some speed. And Arkansas beat Wichita State. They played in the season opener back in the middle of the winter down in Fayetteville. So sometimes hard to judge those early season games and how much importance they should carry. But there's no doubt the Razorbacks, leading the Southwest Conference, have a fine, if not great, ball club. 1-1, 2 out. Todd Shelton, the catcher, the hitter for Oklahoma State. Shelton, the number 9 hitter in Gary Ward's lineup. Leadoff man Mitch Simons is on deck. And Brummett misses here. It's 2-1. Brummett, a big assignment tonight for the Shockers here in Stillwater in front of a packed house at Reynolds Stadium. He is used to pressure games, though. Came up with a couple of big victories last year in the Shockers tournament drive. One of those here against Loyola Marymount of the Midwest Regional. And also a 7-4 victory over Arizona State in the College World Series in Omaha. Here's the 2-2 from Brummett in the dirt, ball 3.
I think this, by pitching Brummett, his number 1 pitcher tonight, I think it shows you the significance that Gene Stevenson's placing on this ball game tonight. Get 2 national powers going after it.
Here's the full count delivery. Outside, ball 4, and Brummett has issued his 4th free pass of the night. He retired 3 in a row, and that gives Simons, the leadoff man, a shot for the 2nd time tonight. He grounded out to the second baseman Forbes in his opening trip. Good student crowd here at Reynolds Stadium tonight. Many times the students not in as heavy attendance on the weekday games. They come out and take in those sunshine contests and catch the Rays on the weekends, but they're out in force tonight, and a name like Wichita State will bring them coming.
The hill's even full.
Yeah. On the left field line.
Nice warm night. Take a night off from studying. Finals aren't till next week anyway.
Well, you never did any of that anyway.
Well, right? I never did any of that.
2-0 to Simons, and Eric Wedge goes out to meet with Brummett. Mentioned how Gene Stevenson was so high on his catcher Eric Wedge, you see there, and one of the things he really likes about him is he is very patient with his pitchers, and it's been said that a catcher sometimes needs to be part psychologist to know how to work with each pitcher differently, and Wedge apparently has been able to do that, and he calls his own game.
Well, these guys have been together for 3 years too. 2 years. He and Brummett probably know each other. Probably know each other's home phone number in the summertime. So I mean, it's nice that he can go out to the mound and tell him, look, we're 2-0. You got a 3-run lead. Throw a strike. If he hits it out, it's still 3-2. Don't pitch scared. No, come right after the hitter.
Our score 3-0, as George mentioned, due to the home run by Winslow. Bryant Winslow hit one to left field in the last inning. That's the only hit in the ball game tonight. We're in the bottom of the 2nd. And Simons with a 2-1 count. Shelton on. Third baseman makes a great job. Mears, but he throws it away. And the runner Cowboys are safe at first and second. Pat Mears with a diving stab, and then couldn't come up with a good throw to get the man at second, Shelton.
This looks like Greg Nettles in the 1978 World Series. What a great play by Mears at third base. Comes up, probably has more time to go to first than he does the other way, and it makes a bad throw into left field.
I don't think he gets Shelton anyway.
No.
It's
he's safe.
Right.
He's safe at second base. If anything, eat the ball. But
yeah,
a hustling Joey Wilson in right field got the ball back into.
It's a tough one to make a decision on because it was not a smash, and it allowed the runner, Simons, the batter, a chance to get a good jump to first. You make a play like that, your reaction was, what can I do? Who can I get? Well, it doesn't matter anyway because a ground ball to first by Burnitz, and the Shockers are out of the inning. No runs, one hit, no errors, and we're at 3-0 Wichita.
You're watching OSU Baseball on United Cable Sports.
You want a great price on a new truck? You got it at Don Hatton Chevrolet. Over 40 brand new S10 pickups from just $69.90 after rebate. Or you want low 2.9% GMAC financing? You got it, 2.9. And look at this. Even conversion vans loaded with 350, V8, color TV, and lots more. Discounted $3,500. Quality, selection, price, low 2.9% financing, even S10 pickups from just $69.90. You got it all at Don Hatton, Wichita's exclusive Transair dealer. See us now.
To offer a guarantee, you must be confident, self-assured that what you're guaranteeing will reach or exceed expectations. At KG&B, we're so sure you'll love the way a heat pump heats and cools your home, we'll make this guarantee. You will be completely satisfied with your full heat pump's safe, clean, reliable, and economical operation, or we'll reimburse you for a new furnace up to $500. Guaranteed satisfaction. A tough claim to back up, but for heat pumps, we'll write it in stone.
Wichita State with a 3-0 lead on a 3-run homer by Bryant Winslow. And coming up for the Shockers in their half of the third, the top of the lineup. That means Jim Audley, P.J. Forbes, and Mike Lansing. Bill Land and George Frazier with you in the booth. Dave Armstrong roving around the ballpark as Carl Mingers goes back to the mound to start his first inning. He came on in relief with 1 out and 1 on in the second. Gary Ward, in case you just joined us, the Oklahoma State coach, saying he's going to throw maybe 4 or 5 guys tonight. He's setting things up for his weekend series in the Big 8. And Ward's feeling is that the NCAA selection committee has gotten a little bit more scientific, a little bit more thorough about picking their teams and seeding teams. And he said it used to be 4 or 5 years ago, he goes, this game would be more important than a conference game. And he said that shouldn't be right. Your conference game should be the most important thing. Not that you don't want to win a ball game like this. He said now he thinks that if you would lose to a Wichita State tonight, that won't be held against you as much because the committee will go ahead and look and say, okay, it's a Wednesday night. He had a Friday, Saturday 4-game series against Iowa State coming up. Maybe he didn't throw his number 1. Let's not count that victory for, in this case, if it were supposed a Wichita State win as heavily as we might as a conference game. I think he's got a point. I think both coaches just trying to figure out what's the NCAA selection committee's process, what are they putting importance on, and then we'll play by those rules.
Yeah, but also I look at it from the other side of the coin. You can't go out there and tell your players to lay down either. Hey guys, this game doesn't mean as much. Don't be trying.
And I don't think that happens.
It doesn't happen. But you know, still in your mind as a player, you're going out there to compete to win. He doesn't want to lose to Gene Stevenson. Just as Gene Stevenson doesn't want to lose to him either because of the rankings and the powers and everything else that goes on with it. But I agree with Gary in the respect that they put too much emphasis on, yeah, Wichita State, Oklahoma State played.
That high pop-up by Audley is caught, and how? By Shelton. What a grab by catcher Todd Shelton. We'll take a look at this again. Oh, mama. Get a good look at Shelton as he gets this one sliding in.
Never gave up on the ball. Get the bucket out of the way. That's the worst part. That was his biggest obstacle, stepping over the buckets.
Those walls don't move last time I checked, and Shelton went into that like a steamroller.
Fantastic play.
Gary Ward in making a move to split his catching time with Shelton and Kunis. At one point, he wasn't really happy with either one. Now he's pleased with both. You see there, one of the big reasons why is Shelton, a gamer, real competitive. Carl Myers says thank you. As we go to the second hitter in the lineup, P.J. Forbes. He struck out in the first inning against Cassidy Kraft, the Cowboy starter. Were you able to finish your point about?
Well, I was just trying to bring out a point there that they can't look at it and say, yeah, these two teams played back in middle of April, and Wichita State beat them there, and Oklahoma State beat them up at Wichita State. You know, and take something away from those two ball clubs for something that's happened. Or they can't say.
Forbes hits one out to left field, and out at short. Bean Blossom goes back to make the play. 2 down.
If they used a rating system, I think in college baseball the way they do in college basketball, college football, you'd see some different ratings. Because, you know, I look at a schedule that Notre Dame played. Notre Dame didn't play a very tough schedule, but they got a heck of a record. Going in now, NCAA bid will look at it and say, well, God, they're 28-5 or whatever, or 30-3. They deserve a bid. Well, who did they play? There may have been 15 to 20 NAIA schools that they played up on the east side of the United States that they'd only play 15 to 20 games. If you follow my point, I may have mixed it up worse now than I ever have. But I just feel that, you know, I see Gary's side of it, and then I look at Gene's side of it, and I try to analyze the two of them, and I'd love to see them go at it.
Lansing slams one to left center, and it is out of here. Home run number 2 for the Shockers tonight. Mike Lansing, the Wichita State shortstop, makes it a 4-0 ball game. A line drive out in left center. And for Lansing, that is his 8th home run of the season. His 3rd in the ball club in home runs. And where did it end up? Right there. Mike Lansing has given the Shockers a 4-0 lead with a solo blast to left center.
Coming back after it. You know, when you're behind in the count, he come back with a breaking ball and hung it and left it up in the strike zone. And when you do that, I know from experience they go a long ways, wind or no wind.
You see the area there of around 15 feet between the hedges and the fence. And we were talking our last telecast about how many balls actually go in between there. Well, there's one, and the first home run of the ball game by Winslow may have, I'm guessing, been in that same area. So it's kind of unusual that that would happen certainly twice in a game, but much less back-to-back homers.
And this is the guy that's supposed to hit all the home runs.
Eric Wedge, Shocker catcher with 16 on the season, steps in with nobody on and 2 down, and the Shockers up 4-0. Breaking pitch by Myers evens it at 1-1. Shockers got 3 in the second on Winslow's homer. A solo shot here by Lansing. And Oklahoma State has been limited to just 1 infield base hit. Here's a ground ball that makes it to the outfield grass, and Wedge is aboard with the 3rd Shocker hit of the night. First that hasn't been a homer. And that'll bring up Mike McDonald, the left fielder. Talking about the tournament, some of what we're discussing might be academic because both these ball clubs know they're going into the NCAA this year. I think that's a given. One of the problems, though, is that they would really not like to face each other once again and don't deserve to when they're both ranked, depending on your polls, in the top 8 in the country. If it were basketball, for example, there's no way these two teams would be sent to the same regional. Last year, similar situation. They both came here. This year, both schools will be putting in bids to host a Midwest regional or a regional. It is very, very doubtful that both will be given regionals. So one of them is going to win there and one of them isn't. But you might again see the two teams play in the same regional. That does not make sense when you've got.
Well, it's not fair to both groups, either.
Right.
I mean, that's the sad part. If you got 10 of the top 10 teams, let them go to different regionals and seed them number 1. If you have 8 regionals, have the top 8 teams each have a regional. Make them the number 1 man in that region.
McDonald goes for one on the outside corner. And it's 1-1 with 2 out. McDonald hit a fly ball to Burnitz in right field in his first trip. Carl Myers on the mound. Wedge on first, being held by Cervantes. Myers has given up all 3 of the Shockers' hits. This one low, and it's a ball 2, strike 1 count. McDonald, the number 5 hitter in the Shocker order. Mike out of Visay, Oklahoma, out in the western end. Of course, played on the great Woodward, Oklahoma American Legion teams that have had great ball clubs. Remember Monty Ferris, the former Cowboy, was a part of that group. McDonald moved from first base to left field this year, has good power.
Everybody talks about the wealth of talent that comes out of California and Texas. There's a heck of a lot of good ball players right here in Oklahoma.
All you do is look at the rosters and you can see that of some of the major ball clubs. McDonald fouls this one off. 2-2, 2 down, 1 on. Wedge on first base, reached on a single following the home run by Lansing. And Carl Myers going against Mike McDonald. Dryford is on deck for the Shockers. McDonald a shot, and this one Carlson cannot come up with it, and runners at first and second. As McDonald has got his first hit of the night and the 3rd consecutive hit by the Shockers. They're loosening in the Cowboy bullpen. We've told you that they're going to use a number of pitchers anyway, but they might speed up the process here. Here's a look at the base hit by McDonald. Boy, he ripped that.
Yeah, he did. He got it down and in again. Not far enough down. When you get in that situation, you try to get the ball down in strike zone. But there again, when you're sitting and throwing curveball, 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 and that's all they're going to sit on and look for.
DH Todd Dryford. He walked and scored on Winslow's home run in the second.
This is who Myers was brought in to get out in the beginning.
First hitter that Myers faced, and walked him, struck out Mears, and then gave up the home run to Winslow, and there were 2 aboard. Todd Dryford. 0-1 count. Misses outside and low.
Go down 1-1.
Dryford out of Wichita Heights High School. 6 foot, 185, a freshman. And a called strike. 1-2. Play a little outfield, third base. Predominantly a DH this season, though.
You'll say that's true with a lot of Gene's recruits. Multi-position players. Tries to get them to be that way.
Anymore in college baseball, when you're limited to, 13 full scholarships, you just about have to do that, don't you think? You have to break up your scholarships. There's called strike 3. Dryford goes down on strikes, but the Shockers pick up a run on Lansing's homer. They get 3 hits in the inning. They leave 2. Our score 4-0.
You're watching OSU Baseball on United Cable Sports.
When certain events call for quality collision repair of domestic and foreign cars, call on Collision Specialist East or West. Our professionals at Collision Specialist will work for you to return your car to pre-loss condition. With one phone call to our 24-hour helpline, we'll contact your insurance company, arrange for a rental car, and schedule your inspection. Collision Specialist features laser alignment equipment and the latest refinishing technology available. For any collision repair, there's just one phone call to make. Collision Specialist, home of the lifetime warranty.
The next time you have a tall printing order or need to make a lot of copies fast, just call Greyhound Printing. From high-speed copies to business cards, envelopes and letterheads, stationery, statements and invoices, Greyhound Printing will assist you with printing orders large and small, no matter what the job. Rest assured that your order will be done right and on time. There's even free pickup and delivery. Greyhound Printing, professional service without the professional price at 264-8231. That's 264-8231.
Shockers lead 4-0 as we go to the Oklahoma State third. There's a rumor Dick Vitale or Tom Kafuri or both are in the ballpark tonight. Let's find out.
Dick Vitale. Dick, what'd you think of the NCAAs this year?
Unbelievable, Abe. I tell you, it was simply unbelievable. Marvelous out there the way Michigan came back and battled. Bill Frieder, unbelievable move he made, changing teams right in the middle of the NCAA tournament. I couldn't believe it. I said, what are you doing, Bill Frieder? Michigan pulled through wonderfully.
Why didn't Bo give Steve Fisher the starting job earlier?
Bo said, hey, I'm the man at Michigan. Football reigns big, not basketball here.
What about Oklahoma State in basketball next year?
Great team. They got great young talent. You know, I liken them to a team back from Knicks in 1970. Great young talent. Potential's there. It's always there. And Stillwater, heck of a place to come play a game.
Shockers, big coaching change.
Unbelievable down there at Wichita State. They got a team down there, I tell you, going to surprise some people next year.
All right, Dick Vitale, back to you, Bill.
All right. Ted Mack, where are you? Well, I'll tell you where we are, bottom of 3, and Bean Blossom leading it off for the Cowboys. He was out on a fly ball to right his first trip, and Greg Brummett, the Shocker pitcher, moves into inning number 3, 2-1. The count on Bean Blossom, the number 3 hitter in the Cowboy order. And this packed house here at Allie P. Reynolds Stadium trying to make some noise. Strike 2.
I'd really like to see this Oklahoma State ball club. I know they can hit. I've read the newspapers. And I want to see them break out of this thing and bust some cover off of this. They're going against a young, an experienced pitcher out on the mound tonight in Brummett. And it'd be a big boost of confidence to them to really stick it on this guy.
We say we know they can hit, and you think, well, wait a minute, they've been going nuts the last 8 out of 9 they've won. Well, yeah, the 2 games we've televised, unfortunately, the Cowboys were losers to Arkansas and to Oral Roberts, and both of those were low-scoring games. But this weekend, Oklahoma State pounced on Nebraska. They've now won 6 in a row, and against Nebraska in the 4-game series, they had 53 ones and 51 hits. Here's a hard ground ball to first base, and Winslow makes the play, and Bean Blossom is out. Gary Ward Senior's ball club is coming along at the right time. A challenge here tonight to go against a veteran pitcher like Brummett. Ray Ortiz, the next man up. He reached on a walk. The Cowboys in the first loaded the bases on walks from Brummett, but were unable to do anything with it. Bobby Carlson grounded out to end the inning. And here's Ortiz.
Don't you know a power hitter like this in a ballpark tonight where he's got the wind blowing out? He's got to be excited about swinging from his heel tops.
17 homers, looking for number 18. He had 5 doubles in the Nebraska series. Carried a big bat against the Huskers. Ray Ortiz, junior from San Francisco. .391 hitter a year ago for Gary Ward's ball club. And an 0-2 hole against Greg Brummett. This one on the handle, but to right field. Wilson back slips and falls and makes the grab. Oh, mama. Wait till you get a look at this one. Joey Wilson, known for his good defense, but hey, you don't need to make them harder than they look.
I think they got ice out there on that deal because the guy from Oklahoma State almost slipped and fell the last time. He gets back and sees it's not going out.
Look at all the white.
And lay it down.
Wilson makes the grab.
You know, that happens a lot of times when you got a guy like Ortiz, a big power hitter, take a great big swing and hit that off the fist like that. Still hits it 300 feet. Aluminum bats.
Yeah, well, it's also something when you get a big guy like that that is able to show some of it.
Let that big guy rip.
Steve Daly reached on a walk the first time up.
That's a good time to let him see if he can hit it. Got one out, nobody on, leading 4-0. Let him rip.
There's our situation with the hitter, left fielder Steve Daly. Daly is a guy who didn't take Gary Ward long to make a decision on to put him in the lineup every day. Played him sparingly at the beginning, liked his attitude, his aggressiveness. and just got better and better and really blossomed over the weekend against Nebraska with the 3 home run game. 7 RBIs in that contest. But he is not the kind of guy that they expect to hit 15 to 20 home runs a year. More of a line drive type hitter. 2-1 to Daly now with 2 down, and the Shockers on top 4-0 here in Stillwater. Brummett's delivery low, ball 3. On deck is Bobby Carlson. Three and 1, 2 down. We are in the bottom of the 3rd. This one misses, ball 4. So Brummett struggling control-wise tonight. He has given up just the infield hit, but has walked 5 batters now. Struck out just 1. And Carlson steps in with a man aboard.
Very unusual. Very unusual for him to walk that many hitters.
Brummett came in at 10-2 on the year. His last outing against Bradley, and in that contest he went 5 innings to get the victory. Gave up 9 hits, a couple of runs, both of them earned, but struck out 7, walked just 1. In fact, the most he's walked all year was 5 this season, early in the season in his 3rd start against TCU, and that was in 7 innings. He's walked 5 here already. Here's the 1-0. Carlson drives it to center, and maybe misjudging it was Audley. It is gone. Home run, Cowboys.
Not hard to misjudge those.
Carlson broke in, and that ball was out of here. The wind blowing right to left. It didn't really help that ball much, and it didn't need any help. Carlson's 4th homer, and we've got a 2-run ball game. If you viewers in Wichita don't recognize that top 40 hit that's being played in the background, something called They Dropped the Bomb on Me, that is a big hit here in Stillwater.
You got a fastball up in the strike zone, and I tell you what, wind or no wind, he crushed that ball.
We mentioned his first time up when he was up with the bases loaded, hit a grounder that couldn't quite make it through, that he has been a very timely hitter, if not a big hitter average-wise. Well, he came back to back those words up here. 4-2 ball game, and Brian Purvis checks in. 3rd home run tonight. And now the wind is blowing straight out to left. And by the way, that ball over the hedge. There was no question about that one. But oddly, the center fielder started to break in, then it was oops, and then it was no big deal. I could have come up with that one anyway.
That's right.
All that in a fraction of a second, I think, went through his mind.
And then you feel like an idiot.
He's going, boy, those guys are thinking, I don't know what I'm doing out here, and he's a very good center fielder. 1-2, the count to Brian Purvis.
A little wake-up call.
Gary Ward looking down. Purvis out of Noblesville, Indiana. And now Coach Ward saying, wait a minute, the umpire Norman hadn't called time, and now he does.
I think Gary wants to find out if he should get a warning. I know at the major league level, and I don't know the rule in NCAA, after a home run, no matter what pitch it is, if you come inside, it's an automatic warning to the pitcher, to the manager, and if it happens again and you come inside, then you're thrown out of the ballgame.
And particularly on an 0-2 count.
On an 0-2 count. And hasn't come inside all night.
This one low and inside. Wedge, a nice job to stop it. And it's 2-2 now to Purvis. Purvis came in hitting .296, driven in 29 runs. He's got some power with 6 homers. Brummett's pitch, waist high, but inside. And we move to a full count.
You know, every time we've sat here and done these telecasts, Bill, I've always brought up this. When you get them 0-2, you got them on the defense. Don't work it to 3-2. Now you've got them on the offense. You've got to throw a strike.
Brummett over the mound. Shortstop Lansing. And he's out. Nice play by Lansing. What range. In the inning, the Cowboys get on the board. 2 runs on 1 hit, a homer from Carlson, and it's 4-2 after 3.
You're watching OSU Baseball on United Cable Sports.
Honda owners are very fond of their Hondas. So fond, in fact, Honda has been named first in import owner loyalty over the last 12 years by R.L. Polk. It's easy to see why at Schofield's. A Schofield Honda is a car you can depend on that lives up to its reputation for craftsmanship, value, and reliability. So if you'd like to buy a car you can believe in, drive on over to Schofield Honda, 7017 East Kellogg, your little profit dealer. But be warned, chances are if you buy one, you'll buy another, and another, and another.
Headaches, backaches, arm and leg pain, stiff neck, numbness in your hands or feet.
If you're experiencing any of these discomforts, let Beck Chiropractic Clinic provide you with a free initial examination.
And remember, Beck Chiropractic Clinics accept your qualifying insurance as payment in full. No deductibles or co-payments. Call Beck Chiropractic Clinics today for your free exam. No deductibles or co-payments.
Wichita State with a 4-2 lead over Oklahoma State. Dave Armstrong standing by.
With Gary Ward, coach, one of those intangibles. Your freshman Steve Daly works the Wichita State pitcher for a walk, and then you get the home run.
Yeah, discipline's important, and Stevie has come on and really fought the zone. He handles the breaking ball well. He has no fear, and he's given us a guy in that part of the lineup. You can trust him with a good disciplined trip every time out.
With Purvis at the plate, an 0-2 pitch came inside. What did you come in and say to the umpire?
Well, Purv was having some discussions. I wanted to settle him down, get him, you know, and stay in the count right there. We're just a walk away from the tying run coming to the plate, and I want him to stay in the. I thought he was arguing with the umpire on a pitch or something of nature, and I want him to reconcentrate on the business of hitting.
All right, Gary, you're back in it. Let's go back to you, Bill.
Thank you, Dave. Scott Simpson, the new Cowboy pitcher, and a shot hit by the shocker hitter Mears, but a great play by Bean Blossom at short, and it goes down as 6-3. One of the harder hit balls here tonight. Mears grounds out to short.
That was a great play by Bean Blossom.
Simpson, the new Cowboy pitcher, he comes on, the 3rd pitcher tonight, replacing Carl Myers. Myers gave up 4 hits, 3 runs, walked 2, struck out 2 in his inning and 2/3. Here's the guy that's done the damage. 3-run homer from Bryant Winslow of Wichita State in the 2nd inning gave the Shockers a 3-0 lead. A solo shot from Mike Lansing in the 3rd, and then a 2-run blast coming from Oklahoma State. Carlson with that job in their half of the 3rd, and we're at 4-2. One and one, 1 out as Simpson goes to work again. Breaking ball, and that's strike 2.
You know, it's how fast they can turn around for a ball club. Good breaking ball. Down in the dirt. Kept the ball away from him. You know, you got to get up there and hit the ball out of the ballpark. And has.
Scotty Simpson, another one of the Cowboy pitchers who has not seen a lot of work, as this is just his 6th appearance. He is 1-0. It's his 4th trip out of the bullpen. He has started 2 games, and in just 5 2/3 innings so far this year, he has walked 8 and struck out 6. So control is certainly a big key for him. Always helps when you come out of the pen, especially to get that first hitter though.
Well, regardless how you do it too. I mean, Bean Blossom make it a heck of a play. The thing is, I don't think the fan realizes how much pressure that relieves off of you as a pitcher to get the first hitter out.
Because now you don't put that in your mind as, well, that was a line shot. You just look at it as, hey, there's one down. I'm rolling. It must be my night.
He made a right turn. Back to the dugout. He didn't get to make a left turn.
Winslow with a 2-2 count. And here comes Simpson's delivery. Outside, and they go to a full count. Simpson, a sophomore, 6'3", 200-pounder out of Conroe, Texas, going against Bryant Winslow of Wichita State. And there's ball 4. So you can see just in that batter, almost mirrors, I would guess, Simpson's season. A real nice pitch for a strike, comes back, loses it totally on a full count, gives up the free pass.
Well, when you throw a 3-2 changeup, it's not showing a lot of confidence in your fastball or a lot of confidence in any of your other pitches. And normally a changeup will be your 3rd or 4th best pitch. Be interesting to see what Stevenson tries to pull off here.
Here's a grounder by Wilson. Bean Blossom gets the man at second, and they turn the double play. The Cowboys get 2 as we go to the bottom of 4. It is 4-2 Shockers.
You're watching OSU Baseball on United Cable Sports.
The next time you've got a tall printing order, or you need a lot of copies fast, you need Greyhound Printing. From high-speed copies to business cards, envelopes and letterheads, folding, even stationery, statements and invoices, Greyhound Printing will assist you with orders large or small, no matter what the job. You can rest assured that your job will be done right and on time. There's even free pickup and delivery. So stay on top of things with Greyhound Printing. 264-8231.
You want a great price on a new truck? You got it at Don Hatton Chevrolet. Over 40 brand new S10 pickups from just $69.90 after rebate. Or you want low 2.9% GMAC financing? You got it, 2.9. And look at this. Even conversion vans loaded with 350, V8, color TV, and lots more. Discounted $3,500. Quality, selection, price. Low 2.9% financing. Even S10 pickups from just $69.90. You got it all at Don Hatton, Wichita's exclusive Transair dealer. See us now.
Shockers with a 4-2 lead have out-hit the Cowboys 4-2. 3 homers in the game. Savannah, Shelton, and Simmons up for OSU. Take a look at that double play to end the inning. Wilson grounding it. It's a 6-4-3, and you make the call at first base.
Can I say it? Can I say it?
No doubt that Winslow is out. What about the speedster Wilson?
Safe. But we don't get the last call on that.
Thank
the
goodness.
Guy down there in that blue hat.
We'd mess up any good game. 1-0 to Manny Cervantes as he steps in for his second time tonight. Hit a line drive to center, was retired back in the second inning. As Greg Brummett goes to work here in inning number 4. The Shockers on top 4-2. Outside, ball 1. Manny Cervantes. The 2-0 count. The Cowboys trailing 4-2. Oklahoma State, as we mentioned, they've won 6 in a row, and boy, they've been on a scoring express as they beat Nebraska 11-9, 13-6, 15-8, 14-3.
Didn't give up a whole lot of runs.
No,
or scored a lot of them.
In all 6 of those victories, they've been in double digits in runs scored. The string started with a win at Kansas 11-3, and then the 11-5 victory over the Shockers in Wichita a week ago tonight. We'll check that, 11-6. And Cervantes now with a 3-1 count, leading things off in the Cowboy 4. Ball 4.
Well, this is so uncharacteristic with Greg Brummett. 6 walks. This might be a career high for him in one ball game.
so many rules, but you never want to walk the leadoff man, and you certainly don't want to walk the number 8 hitter in anybody's order, even though these two teams have potent hitters at the lower end of the lineup. Todd Shelton, the number 9 man, he worked a walk off of Brummett back in the second. This one gets away from Wedge, and Cervantes is down to second. So Cervantes in scoring position now. Chance with Lansing, Shocker shortstop. There's Wedge again, Counselor Wedge out to visit with Brummett, and
looks like the whole
covey of pitchers head to the Shocker bullpen. There they go in mass. I think Gene knows the rules well enough. You can only pitch one at a time.
You know what's funny is in 1979 or 78 when Red Shandies was managing the St. Louis Cardinals, he called down, he had 3 guys warming up, and Dave Riggins, the bullpen coach, said, we only got 2 mounds, what do you want to do?
Shelton with a 1-0 count. Cervantes on second. Fakes bunt, brings it back.
Right now, the most important thing for Wichita State is if Shelton continues to try to bunt, is when he gets the bunt down, get the out. Get that all-important first out. And then a fly ball scores the guy's third, big deal. You got 2 outs.
And the way these two teams can score runs, you just don't want to give them anything. Don't make any mistakes, and all of a sudden it turns into a big inning. There's going to be, I think, a lot more runs in this ball game before we're done here tonight. Ball 2, strike 1. Shelton looking down at Gary Ward. Cervantes on at second. Brummett, who has walked 6 and struck out 1, given up 2 base hits. Here's the bunt, and it is a dandy. Shelton almost beat it out. He does. The throw pulled the first baseman Winslow off the bag.
I don't think he feels like he came up off the bag, but to me, he looked like he was 2 foot in the air off the bag.
It appeared that way. The fans at Allie Reynolds Stadium applaud in approval. Now runners at the corners and nobody out. There's the point we were making. Get the out if you're Wichita State. You don't want to give a ball club like Oklahoma State a chance for a big inning. You're at the top of the order. Gary Ward liking what he sees now. Simons will step in just a moment.
Surprises me that Wedge didn't come out of the chute quicker and grab that ball. That bunt didn't go anywhere.
It was excellent for what it was intended for, getting the runner over, but I agree. And Shelton surprised me a little bit with his speed. I was surprised that it was going to even be a close play.
Fantastic.
Well, here's Simons now with runners at the corners. The Cowboys. And that goes as an error on Wedge, a throwing error. Here's one back to Brummett. And he had the man at the plate that time, but does get the sure out. I think that was the more difficult play. The Cowboys score, and it's 4-3 Wichita.
He had the guy at home plate dead by about 5 feet or farther. Wedge is holding his hands in the air, and so's the pitcher. I didn't hear anything.
Watch Cervantes.
He gets a good jump at third base. A great jump. But yet he's still a long ways from home plate.
Cervantes
sees no play. Halfway down the line.
He's sliding just for the movies. Because he saw well before he approached the plate that Brummett was definitely going to first base. Well, the Cowboys will take it as Simons gets an RBI on the fielder's choice. 4-3 game. Shelton motored to second base. And now here's Jeremy Brent Chemnitz, Shocker pitching coach, calling for time. It's 4-3, bottom of 4th. Cowboys trail by a run. They've been out hit 4-2, but have a chance here with something in the gap from Burnett to tie it up. 4-3 ball game now as 1 run in this inning.
You know, he's out here right now trying to tell him, you're our #1 pitcher. You made a bad decision, but that's history. Let's get the hitters right now. Get this guy out. I hope he's not standing on the mound saying, if you don't get this one out, you're gone. Because if he's saying that, go ahead, take me now.
Brummett's a guy who, when you watch him, no, he isn't overly impressive, particularly tonight because of the 6 walks he's given up. They figure he will be drafted. He may not get the high number in the draft because he's not a power pitcher, but I think it's interesting, George, that it seems that the major league scouts say, hey, give me those high 80s, give me those low 90s, and then when you get to the big leagues, they say, don't worry about that, just get the guy out.
Well,
pitch to spots. Don't worry about blowing it by everybody. Let him hit the ball.
That's one of the worst things. I'd like to see him take all the radar guns, including the ones in all the highway patrolmen's cars, throw them in a great big pile, and light them on fire. Because Tommy John couldn't break your big lip, but he's pitched 26 years in the big leagues.
Here's Brummett now. He is in a big jam. Runner at second, just 1 down. And a 4-3 ball game with Burnett's the #2 hitter on top of him now. Burnett's walked and grounded out. He's 0 for 1. That graphic was incorrect that you saw. Pops this one up to right field, and in fact will come in some as the second baseman Forbes camps under and makes the play and is able to hold the runner. So 2 down now with Bean Blossom coming up. I beg your pardon on Burnett. See, he was 0 for 1. He walked and grounded out. Here's Bean Blossom, who is also grounded out to first and flied out to right.
This will be a big booster. It should be for Brummett if he can get out of this inning and walk away from here with a lead.
Brummett has gone the distance of this game so far, and I know you think, wait, we're on the 4th inning, but he has thrown a lot of pitches. Meanwhile, the Cowboys have thrown 3 pitchers tonight, and that has been by design. Kraft, Myers, Simpson is the pitcher in the ball game for OSU right now. It's fun to see the 2 theories going at work here tonight, as these 2 very good programs who do it in somewhat different ways.
You know, Bean Blossom's got fairly decent speed, and it's a great sneak view of trying to pull something over somebody's eyes when you got third and first baseman playing way back, and you got your big RBI guy on behind you. There's not a thing in the world. I saw Andre Dawson do it one day with a man on third and 2 outs, laid down a bunt down the third base line. The guy scored and he's on first with a base hit. Same situation. Our third baseman, our first baseman are way back for Wichita State, and I'm not saying he should do this. I'm just making suggestions. Runner on second base, but there's 2 outs. Everybody's playing back.
Here's a grounder to third and a tough hop for Mears, and Bean Blossom is aboard. That is an error on the third baseman, Mears. The second error in the inning for the Shockers, and here's a guy who could make them pay dearly, Ray Ortiz. Runners at first and third again, 2 down. Shelton at third, Bean Blossom reaching on an error at first, and Ortiz, who has walked and flied out, stepping up. Ortiz, a 6-game hitting streak on the line. He's 10 of 22 in those 6 games with 6 RBIs. He's hit safely in 14 of his last 16. Strike 1.
The whole night, Brummett has kept the ball away from him and had very good success doing it. I don't see how he could give it up now and bring a ball inside to him, because all he's trying to do is hit it, whatever the name of that street is out in right field. Is there a Waveland Avenue out there in the right?
Ought to be called Home Run Avenue. There's been a bunch of them hit out of here with a Cowboy power hit. Uh-oh, third base, no. Mears drops the ball. And advancing to second now is Bean Blossom.
That's a heads-up base running.
They had Shelton, I believe, dead at third.
Dead to right. He's gone.
Yeah.
Inning's over.
Wedge's throw, I think, good enough to get him, but Mears maybe too quick with the tag before he had the ball. Here's a look. Take a look. peek for yourself.
A good pitch to throw, too, because you can get a ball up, out, throw it, he's out if he makes the catch. But he tried to make the tag before he caught the ball.
The third error in the inning, the second on Mears. So now with a good runner at second base, Ortiz doesn't need to hit one out on Home Run Avenue. All he's got to do is poke it into the outfield. 2 down, everybody running, and the Cowboys will have the lead.
Well, that little bloop single to right field steals 2 runs in.
Here's the 1-2 pitch from Brummett, and it hits him. The runner will be sent back to third. Shelton returns as Ortiz hit by the pitch. And that will bring up Steve Daly. He's walked twice and scored a run.
That's not any fun right there. You got a power hitter. He's crowding the plate because they've been throwing the ball away from him all night. They do come inside, way inside, and catch it in the thigh. Only thing Ortiz can think about is they're really happy it's not in February and 25 degrees.
Daly, a little topper. Lansing makes the play and then sweeps it over to second base for Forbes to make the force out. The Cowboys get one. Leave the bags loaded. There were 3 errors in the inning, and there was not a base hit.
You're watching OSU Baseball on United Cable Sports.
This is a truck town. This is a GMC truck town. And nobody sells more GMC trucks in town than Schofield's. Right now, a Sierra full-size pickup with free automatic transmission and more is yours for just $11,995. Schofield's mega value leader is the S15 pickup for only $68.95. And an S15 Jimmy is only $14,590. All prices plus freight and rebate to dealer. Schofield Pontiac GMC, 7633 East Kellogg. Schofield. Your little profit dealer.
Add more fun to your weekend every weekend with the Eagle Beacon.
I can't wait for Fridays. That's when I turn to the timeout section. It tells everything that's happening on the entertainment scene all weekend.
I like to know what Fred Mann thinks about sports and what Bob Getz thinks about anything.
Well, I love that new Sunday Magazine USA Weekend and the Eagle Beacon's coverage of the arts and books and the coupons and TV Week and politics.
And don't forget those Eagle Beacon coupons. If you get a home-delivered Eagle Beacon, you'll save cash every Wednesday and every Sunday.
Wichita State with a 4-3 lead as we go to the top of 5 here in Stillwater. Bill Land and George Frazier with you in the booth. Dave Armstrong has a special guest in the stands.
And with Richard Dumas, star forward of the Oklahoma State Cowboy basketball team. Richard, how's your off season?
Oh, it's all right. It's going all right. I had to go through a little rehab because someone hurt my knee, but other than that, it's fine.
All right, I know you had some problems with the substance abuse, and all that's cleared up, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. I'm just ready to go for next season.
Yeah. Next year, you guys look strong. Everybody back except Fowler, so everybody's picking the Cowboys in the Big 8.
They're making a good choice.
All right, the confidence of Richard Dumas. Now back to you, Bill.
All right, thank you, Dave, and we certainly wish Richard the best in his fight against the substance problem and also the unfortunate injury that he suffered. He has returned to classes, in case you haven't followed that, and is hopefully going to be back with the ball club next season in full capacity. The injury not as serious as once believed after having arthroscopic surgery and just sprained ligaments, not anything torn as they originally feared in his knee.
I'm glad the other problem's settled, too. He's a fine young ball player and a good, fine young man.
Audley with a 2-2 count against the left-hander Scotty Simpson. Cassidy Kraft started for the Cowboys. He went an inning of third. Myers came on in relief and gave up the big 3-run homer. And then he went an inning and 2/3. Scotty Simpson, the third pitcher, and he strikes out Audley. Audley's 0 for 3. And for Simpson, that's his first K. Brings up P.J. Forbes, 0 for 2. A strikeout and has popped up.
Good breaking ball. You know, that's that same breaking ball we talked earlier. He throws 3 pitches way up out of the zone, but he comes right back and starts throwing strikes with that breaking ball again. Has a lot of confidence with it. Good pitch. You get that hitter on the defense, you can have some fun.
P.J. Forbes for the Shockers. They own a 4-3 lead. We're up 4-0. And Oklahoma State has come battling back. Forbes, it's kind of interesting. You look at Audley 0 for 3, Forbes 0 for 2, and this is his third trip. And Coach Stevenson told me today that watch our club. If Forbes and Audley don't get on base, we'll be in big trouble. Well, he's got to feel pretty good then to have a 4-3 lead, and neither one of these guys have reached in 5 at-bats. Good base runners. He can hit and run with them. They get on. Pitchers start thinking about other things instead of the hitter, and that's when the big mistakes happen. And especially that might be even more so of a problem tonight when you're seeing some of the more inexperienced pitchers for Oklahoma State on the mound.
Well, the toughest thing for a good college hitter is to face someone that's not always around the strike zone. And it's hard. And you got a kid that comes in and throws his fastball 4 feet out of the strike zone and then throws you 3 curveballs at Nolan Ryan, which is he had. It really makes it tough on you as a hitter.
Sums it up.
But Gene's sneaky like a fox, too.
2 real good coaches here that have done fantastic jobs in building programs. Gary Ward rebuilding one. Gene Stevenson starting one up from scratch as the Shockers had dropped their baseball program. Two and one out. And the pitch coming up from Simpson to Forbes. Second baseman Simon stays down on it, makes the play, and there's 2 down in the Shocker 5th. That'll bring up Mike Lansing. He homered in the 3rd. Hit a line shot to left field. And he's grounded out in the 1st inning.
Sometimes that's the worst thing that can happen to a line drive hitter. All of a sudden now he's Mickey Mantle. And he ends up swinging all the time. For the fences.
Lansing, high fly to left. Daly camps under it and makes the out. So an easy inning for Simpson. He gets them in order, and the Cowboys will come up trailing 4-3 as we move to the bottom of 5.
You're watching OSU Baseball on United Cable Sports.
The next time you have a tall printing order or need to make a lot of copies fast, just call Greyhound Printing. From high-speed copies to business cards, envelopes and letterheads, stationery, statements and invoices, Greyhound Printing will assist you with printing orders large and small, no matter what the job. Rest assured that your order will be done right and on time. There's even free pickup and delivery. Greyhound Printing, professional service without the professional price at 264-8231. That's 264-8231.
You want a great price on a new truck? You got it at Don Hatton Chevrolet. Over 40 brand new S10 pickups from just $69.90 after rebate. Or you want low 2.9% GMAC financing? You got it, 2.9. And look at this. Even conversion vans loaded with 350, V8, color TV, and lots more. Discounted $3,500. Quality, selection, price, low 2.9% financing, even S10 pickups from just $69.90. You got it all at Don Hatton, Wichita's exclusive Transair dealer. See us now.
Wichita State with a 4-3 lead. We move to the bottom of the 5th inning here at Allie Reynolds Stadium. Carlson, Purvis, and Cervantes due up for the homestanding Cowboys. Carlson hit a home run to center field in his last trip and woke up the Cowboys. Drove in the first 2 runs of the game for OSU. As Greg Brummett moves into inning number 5. Need the 5 innings to qualify for a victory. Brummett has certainly not had an easy night's work against the Cowboys. Topped up the middle. Forbes covers, and he gets his man. Oh, I can see now why Gene Stevenson likes that Shocker infield. It's a good group defensively. And you see 3 errors tonight, and you say, what are you talking about, Lamb? But these guys can play.
Well, this is a major league play. The kid ranges really far to his right out behind second base, does everything proper, plants, throws, fires, and he gets him out by probably a step and a half.
That brings up Brian Purvis. Purvis homered against the Shockers last week in Wichita. He's 0 for 2 tonight and got a 1-0 count now. Brummett, you see the total, 94 pitches in the last 4, as in the first 4 innings of the game. Now that total at 97. So one would think, unless he's very fortunate, and I doubt if he will be against a very patient hitting team like the Cowboys, he'll not go the distance tonight. And they want to use him again this weekend in their weekend series against conference series against Southern Illinois.
Well, I think one of the best things Gene could do if he is planning on using him Saturday or Sunday is to get him out of the ball game after he's thrown this amount of pitches, 94 already after 4. He's going to be over 100 by the time this inning, 110's over with. That don't hurt this kid's arm. Now, I know he's a senior. I know you want to win, but still yet think of the individual also. Try to bring him back maybe on Sunday where he's got 3 days rest. Get him out of here now and he's pitched his normal ball game.
Here's a hard hit ball, but right at Forbes, and Purvis is down 4-3. I think that's the game plan. He'll go Sunday. He'll have a chance to rest Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Got to think that also thinking of the kid that, hey, if he gets through this inning, he qualifies for the victory if we can stay on top, and then maybe pull him out after 5 innings of work and somewhere around 100 pitches. Cervantes up now. Walked and scored back in that wild 4th inning. What a line. In the 4th for the Cowboys, 1 run, no hits, 3 errors, and they left 3 on base. Oklahoma State has left 8 runners in 4+ innings now. And a foul pop. Cervantes is out, and a quick inning for Brummett and the Shockers as they get OSU in order. It is still 4-3 after 5.
You're watching OSU Baseball on United Cable Sports.
It's great, it's grand, it's Schofield's 1989 Grand Am-O-Rama. Right now at Schofield, Pontiac GMC, we have Grand Ams loaded with standard equipment starting at just $88.90. 2- and 4-door Grand Ams with air conditioning, tilt wheel, cruise, and AM/FM cassette start at just $96.90. A 1989 Grand Am equipped with automatic transmission, cast aluminum wheels, air, cruise, and cassette is yours for $10,980. Schofield, Pontiac GMC, 7633 East Kellogg. Schofield, your little profit dealer.
This house is getting too small.
Yep.
We could spruce it up a bit, though. I could add on a room or 2. Well, where would I get the tools?
Rent.
Those rental store tools help us save a bunch of money. Help us fix the place up real nice.
Yep.
Rental World at 6813 East Harry.
Shockers 4, Cowboys 3. Top of 6, Wedge. Then McDonald and Dreifert coming up for Wichita State. And Dave Armstrong standing by with another OSU round baller.
Yeah, we've got a guy who is majoring in radio TV at Oklahoma State. Take it away, Fred.
This is Fred Gaines, football player, Oklahoma State University. I'm here with Corey Williams. Corey, since you had a pretty decent freshman season, what are your plans for your sophomore season?
Well, I expect new and better improved things for next season. Right now, I'm just taking it easy on the off season, working on my game and weightlifting.
What, Corey, how are your grades and how do you plan to do on your finals?
Well, my grades are pretty good right now. I'm expecting to do very well on the final.
Thank you. Back to the diamond.
All right, Fred, thanks a lot. Bill, well, you and I may be out of a job, but I'm not sharing my fee for this game with Fred. Go ahead, Bill.
All right, I'm just glad Corey Williams didn't say no comment when they asked about academics. 2-0, the count to the leadoff hitter for the Shockers, catcher Eric Wedge. He's 1 for 1, walked and singled to left field in the 3rd. Scored a run back in the 2nd, coming in on the home run by Winslow. If you just joined us, it's 4-3 Wichita State. The Shockers 3 in the 2nd on a 3-run blast from Winslow. A solo run in the 3rd on a shot out of the ballpark by Lansing to make it 4-0. The Cowboys answered with 2 of their own on a Carlson homer in the 3rd, and then a solo run in the 4th inning, and that's where we stand. Here's the 3-1 delivery. Simpson gets him to pop it up. Cervantes called off on the ball, and Simons makes the play. Well, things are moving along now, as that is the 5th consecutive shocker batter to go in order. In fact, Simpson has faced the minimum amount of hitters since coming on to start the 4th inning. He walked Winslow, but he was erased on a double play, and he has only faced 7 hitters.
Well, he's throwing strikes. He's getting ahead of the hitters. You get ahead of the hitters, you can have some success.
Here's Mike McDonald, 1 for 2. The number 5 hitter in Wichita State's batting order. Well, the Shockers, they've got a grueling part of the schedule still to go. Came in here 42-8. And Wichita State home against Kansas tomorrow. Remember, this week started with a game against Kansas State on Tuesday night, last night. Kansas tomorrow, then on the road at Southern Illinois Saturday and Sunday. On the road against Nebraska Tuesday, Kansas on the road Wednesday of next week, and then Kansas in Wichita Thursday, and then a weekend series with Creighton. So it'll be a while before things lighten up for the Shockers.
The fans seem to think we're seeing that tight strike zone come back.
Well, it's 3-0, and I would imagine Scott Simpson would agree with him. There's ball 4 to McDonald. So with 1 out and 1 on, DH Todd Dreifert, who was walked and struck out, comes up. Four runs, 4 hits, and 3 errors for the Shockers. The Cowboys, 3 runs on 2 hits and no errors. And Scotty Simpson out of Conroe, Texas, going to work here. Left-hander, limited action this year, as we told you, appeared in 7 games as a freshman. Did pick up 3 victories in 3 starts, though, an ERA of 2.84, 3-0 last year.
I always thought it was unfair. Left-handers, they ought to give us a balk move. Give all the right-handed pitchers a way to cheat to get them out at first.
All you do is let them get over to third. You can do that all you want.
I saw too much of that.
Go, Pope. Come on now.
Ooh, that's borderline balk. On a left-hander, he's supposed to step towards first base. And there's a fine line drawn. But so many guys, Bob Shirley was very good at this. They hang, they hang.
What should you look for, fan at home, looking for whether or not it's a balk move in this situation if you're watching?
If you're an umpire and you're looking at this, you can't allow him as an umpire to make a move. Once he commits to come home, he's got to come home.
First base umpire Larry Wagner is the guy in this case is looking for that, right?
Right, exactly. But
the knee.
The knee, anytime the knee crosses the back of the rubber, he's got to go home. If his foot goes behind the rubber, he has to go home plate. If he goes to first base, it's a balk. He's a straight up and down. He picks it straight up and either goes to first or home. But once you commit to come to home plate, you got to come to home plate. You can't step towards the plate and then go to first base. There again, they're offensive oriented.
You pitchers, you want everything.
You betcha. Make that rubber 50 feet away instead of 60 feet.
Yeah, next thing you want is 1 strike and you're out.
I like it already. When are you going to become commissioner? I might come out of retirement if 1 strike.
High and tight to Dreifert, now 3-0. So Simpson walks McDonald, 3 straight balls to Dreifert. And I knew it as soon as I mentioned things were moving along pace-wise here, they'd slow back down. Simpson having retired 5 in a row before walking McDonald, and now in danger of giving up a free pass here to Dreifert. There's strike 1.
Be interesting to see if Gene, he might start a runner here maybe. First base open, let him roll.
Shockers 42-8 this year, 56-16 a year ago. Third place in the College World Series. And there's strike 2. Last year, the Shockers lost here 8-7 and lost in Wichita to the Cowboys 9-4, but they won when they counted down here in the college NCAA Midwest Regional as they beat the Cowboys 8-5, then lost to them 12-7 and came back to win 15-5 in the championship game. All 3 of those games, of course, played here at Allie Reynolds Stadium. They earned their way to Omaha. High and tight, ball 4 with a runner going. So Dreifert gets his second walk of the night. And Simpson, having walked back-to-back hitters and has walked 3 now, he came on to start the 4th inning. And Tom Holliday out to the mound, and we may have seen it for Simpson as the Cowboys game plan coming in to use a number of pitchers, give everybody a little bit of work, and get everyone ready for the weekend series without exhausting anyone. And it appears that's to be the call here. And Dave Armstrong with his basketball roundup. Where are you now, partner?
I've talked about every member of the Cowboys basketball team, and why not Royce Jeffries? Royce, outstanding year last year. You're heading into your senior season. What do you look forward to?
Well, first I'm going to look forward to, is winning the Big 8 championship. And we're going to take one game at a time. Hopefully we can accomplish what we didn't accomplish last year.
Have you been to many baseball games this year?
Well, this is my 3rd one I've been to, and this is pretty exciting. The Cowboys be putting runs on the boards.
Would you make a pitching change here, too, if you were Tom Holliday?
Well, I think he would. He not walk 2 people in a row. And, they got the momentum going right now. And I think I would make a pitching change, too, after walking 2 people.
All right, Royce, good luck to you next year. Back to you, Bill.
Earl Wheeler is the man, freshman from Dexter, Missouri, 6'2", 200-pounder. Great high school quarterback who plans on playing a little football here at OSU also. So far, of course, seeing more work as a baseballer with a guy like Mike Gundy around. The numbers on Wheeler, the impressive ERA of 1.24. He is 1-0. All of his appearances, and this is his 14th, have come in relief. See the strikeouts to walks, 19 Ks to 10 base on balls. Earl Wheeler out of Dexter, Missouri.
Be nice, all these guys that like to play baseball in the spring, they're footballers in the fall. They miss spring practice.
Sounds like a great idea to me. It's the most worthless thing in the history of college athletics. Editorial to follow.
Well, I want to hear the editorial.
Springs for baseball, college football. You do is get guys hurt, and you keep assistant coaches off the golf course justifying their job.
I agree. This is what we call in baseball a drop and drive.
That's right.
This is dropping and driving. He's dropping down on the back leg and really pushing off to hard to home plate. They got all these terms for pitching, but this guy here is a dropping driver. Tom Seaver made that famous, along with a lot of others.
He lived up to that term, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Remember, he pitched a 1-hitter in St. Louis. In the last 3 pitches of the game in St. Louis in 1978, and Ted Simmons was hitting, was 96, 96, and 97 in the game. In the next week, he threw the no-hitter against us in Cincinnati. And the last 3 pitches of that game were 96, 96, and 97 in the 9th inning. Tom, terrific.
I don't know if Earl Wheeler brings it like that, but he can throw it hard. The line on Scotty Simpson still not finished with the 2 runners aboard, but Simpson 2 1/3 innings, no hits, no runs, but responsible for the 2 men on base, walked 3, struck out 1. So it was the base on balls that have been a problem for him this season that got him in trouble here tonight. And here's Mears fouling the first pitch from Wheeler off. Mears had a tough night. He's 0 for 2, has committed a couple of errors.
He's waiting on that phone call. Let somebody know if he's having fun yet.
He could have some fun here if he can get a hold of one. Shockers with a 4-3 lead. And we're in the 6th inning. 1 out. McDonald on second. He reached on a walk. Dryford also a base on balls is at first. There's our situation. Fouls this one back behind us.
I thought you had that one.
Now needed Harry Carey's net with about a 15-foot extension on it.
Everybody jumped in front of us.
There's a net too.
And there's a net too. That's
shows
bad.
what kind of group we're working with. One and two, one out. Mears at the plate. Runners on at first and second. Gets him on the corner.
Nice. You know, he threw him 2 off-speed breaking balls, then he comes back with a really hard slider to strike him out. That's pitching.
Wheeler strikes out the first man that he faces, and that brings up Bryant Winslow. Winslow, 1 for 1, a 3-run homer to get the Shockers on the board in the second inning. Came following walks to Wedge and Dryford, and he's saying, is this deja vu after walks to McDonald and Dryford this time?
I don't think he's going to get a chance to. If he'll throw 3 breaking balls that he threw a minute ago, he won't have to worry about it.
We'll see how Dryford handles it. Brother Winslow, I beg your pardon. Joey Wilson is on deck for the Shocks. There's another breaking pitch, caught the inside part of the plate, and we're even at 1-1. One and one, 2 down, and Bryant Winslow, 3 RBIs, the Shocker first baseman, facing Earl Wheeler, the 4th Cowboy pitcher. Shortstop, Bean Blossom. Tosses to Simons, and Wheeler does the job as he works out of a 1-out, 2-men-on jam. No runs, no hits, no errors, 2 men left, 4-3.
You're watching OSU Baseball on United Cable Sports.
The next time you've got a tall printing order, or you need a lot of copies fast, you need Greyhound Printing. From high-speed copies to business cards, envelopes and letterheads, folding, even stationery, statements and invoices, Greyhound Printing will assist you with orders large or small, no matter what the job. You can rest assured that your job will be done right and on time. There's even free pickup and delivery. So stay on top of things with Greyhound Printing. 264-8231. When you call the Wichita Eagle Beacon's customer service number, you'll hear a friendly voice.
Thank you for calling the Wichita Eagle Beacon. This is Annette. How may I help you?
Yes, Annette.
We're ready to answer your questions.
How much is the... I didn't get my paper. I didn't know just who to call. I just moved here not too long ago.
I certainly do appreciate your calling.
Thank you.
Whatever your question, our customer service representatives are ready to help. Just call 268-6344. Satisfied customers. That's our goal.
Got a good matchup here tonight. Shockers 4, Cowboys 3. Shelton, Simons, and Burnett's due up for Oklahoma State. Before we go to that, let's go to Dave Armstrong in the stands.
Still roaming around these stands, Bill. Your name?
I'm John Straley.
John, you look like a real Cowboys fan. You've even got a Cowboy shirt on that says Cowboys Baseball Section 1. How long have you been coming to these games?
Oh, about 4 or 5 years.
And do you ever miss?
Hardly ever.
What do you think of tonight's game?
I think it's a great game.
Cowboys going to come back and win this?
We're going to pull it out.
All right, you heard it from the #1 fan of the Cowboys. Back to you, Bill.
All right, thank you, Dave. 1-0 the count here. The pinch hitter, Perna, pinch hitting for the catcher, Todd Shelton. That means Kunis will most likely move in behind the plate when we start the 7th inning. Bobby Perna, 6'190", a junior from San Jose, California. There's Perna's numbers for the season. Shockers with a 4-3 lead.
You know, it's kind of nice because when I see a Wichita State team playing, in 1974 I played summer ball there for Wichita Service Auto Glass.
Of course, those of you in Wichita all familiar with it. You in Oklahoma may not be. The NBC tournament, the National Baseball Congress, for years a mainstay there in Wichita. And some great players have played in that tournament over the years, and many of the players on this field tonight have competed at that level, the semi-pro NBC teams, and throughout the summer the Alaskan teams, of course, always end up sending a couple of ball clubs.
Well, I know playing at Wichita State, not at Wichita State, but at Wichita, Kansas, Forest Service Auto Glass probably turned my college career around with Jeff Pentland, who's an assistant coach at Arizona State right now.
Perna goes the other way and back in left field. McDonald plays it well. The wind picking up to left. McDonald had to fight that, and it's been a swirling wind tonight. A changing wind, I guess, more so than that. So Perna, the pinch hitter, goes out to left field, and that'll bring up the top of the order, Mitch Simons for the Cowboys. Simons 1 for 3. That flying down the left field line. See it whipping out. More of a crosswind right now, but a moment ago when Perna hit that ball, it was going straight out to left. Simons at 1-1 with one down. On deck is Burnitz. Now Simons will step back in at 2-1.
It's nice to have a full crowd tonight. Rowdy crowd. I like rowdy crowds.
They have packed the place tonight. In the dirt. And the Cowboys trying to get something going with a 3-1 count on their leadoff hitter, who is up with one out here, Mitch Simons. Cowboys have stranded 8 runners tonight. So although they've had just 2 hits, they've had opportunities. High hopper to third. Mears guns him down. 2 up, 2 down. That'll bring up Jeremy Burnitz.
Well, he showed a pretty fine arm right there on that play. A cannon.
Now Mears is one of the 3 players who Gene Stevenson says best position is shortstop. Lansing, of course, is his shortstop, and the same situation sits for P.J. Forbes, his second baseman, who he says is probably a better shortstop than second baseman. When you can say that, you know you've got good defense at those other 2 positions.
You're pretty solid. It's good recruiting. You know what we're supposed to say?
Well, they had the one publication ranked their recruiting class of '89 as the best in the country. Forget recruiting. This one is out of here. Oh, mama. Burnitz hits a monster to center field, and this one is tied up. Jeremy Burnitz homered in the first meeting of these 2 ball clubs in Wichita. Says I can do it at home too.
This reminds me of Reggie Jackson. He got it all. Fastball up in the strike zone. He's going to stand and watch it for a while.
Might as well. There was no question about that one.
And if Brummett's real smart, he'll remember how long he stood there and watched that pitch too.
Burnitz with a home run, his 13th of the season. He's second on the club to Ortiz in that category, and gets RBI number 44. Just the 3rd Cowboy hit. Hey folks, we only got 7 hits tonight. 4 of them have been home runs. Bean Blossom, Lansing has to hurry, and he makes the play. But the Cowboys tie it up with a home run by Burnitz, and our score after 6 is 4-4.
You're watching OSU Baseball on United Cable Sports.
According to R.L. Polk, if you buy one Honda, sooner or later you'll probably buy another, which is why Honda has been named first in import owner loyalty for the 12th year in a row. Find out for yourself what makes Honda owners true blue. At Schofield's, we're betting that once you buy a Honda, whether it's a practical Civic, sporty CRX, state-of-the-art Prelude, or luxurious Accord, you'll never want to pay more for less again. Schofield Honda, 7017 East Kellogg, your little profit dealer.
Good listening habits start early.
Good morning. It's 6:05 at KNSS News Talk 1240.
Bob, you know you have unwittingly swerved into a trap.
Our number is 838-8255. Let's go back to the phones, and good evening. You're on Sports Talk with Coach Mike Cohen.
You cannot be with a kid every moment. You really can't be. So you have to be able to...
Before you know it, it'll be October. Time goes so quickly, doesn't it? And they'll be playing college basketball all
KNSS
over again.
News Talk 1240, the voice of Wichita.
The home run by Burnitz, and we start all over. 4-4 our count here as Oklahoma State on a come-from-behind effort this evening. Before we get going here, Dave Armstrong is standing by. It's not all OSU fans here, Dave.
That's right. I had to search far and wide. About 4,000 people are here. Only about 200 Shocker fans, but here's one. Your name?
Joe Brown.
Why do you think the Shockers now they're going to have to come up with some more runs?
They'll do it.
What happened? You had a 4-0 lead at one time.
Well, they just got a little behind, and Greg's a little slow tonight, but he'll get back in there, and we're going to win this game.
Now, what does it feel like to be a Shocker fan in the midst of all these Cowboy fans?
Really, they haven't been bad. They've been pretty nice to us.
All right, enjoy your trip back to Wichita. Thank you very much. Back to you, Bill.
She'd better say that. 2,870 are here tonight as the park is jammed. Wilson with the foul down the third baseline. Now with an 0-1 count. He's the number 9 hitter. Hit into a double play in the 4th inning.
Drops in and then gets by. Bean Blossom hustles after the ball, gets it back into second, and makes it a close play at second base.
heads-up play by Bean Blossom as he didn't give up on it, realizing that Audley, with good speed, would be headed for second. One out, man on, and Forbes now behind 0-2 on the count, and he is arguing with the home plate umpire, Tim Norman.
Well, I think he's got a right to. When he has a real tight strike zone and then all of a sudden you start expanding it later in the ball game, the hitters learn to adjust with the umpire. And then when you flip-flop in the middle of a ball game, if you're going to have a tight zone, stay with the tight zone. Don't flip it out in the middle of the ball game.
Norman is behind the plate. Larry Wagner, our first base umpire. Bob Roberts at second, and Lee Hagler at third tonight. It's 4-4. We are in the 7th inning. Shockers and Cowboys. Shockers jumped out to a 4-0 lead, and the Cowboys have battled back with 2 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th, and 1 in the 6th. Forbes taps this one out to right field. Burnitz has got him played perfectly. And Audley advancing to 3rd, and he is in there. Two down. Audley on 3rd, and that'll bring up the number 3 hitter, Mike Lansing, as Gene Stevenson visits with Jim Audley as center fielder.
Tell you what, he shows a heck of an arm. This ball's a little bit offline. You hear the fan reaction that the ball was, cut off by the shortstop, but the ball was 10, 11 feet out to the left field side. If he lets it go by, the ball could have possibly got by your third baseman.
If the ball's on target, they got to play. And I think that's what the fans, they saw the big gun and they thought, oh, wait a minute, what are you doing? They didn't realize that it was, as you mentioned, well off target, and Bean Blossom did the smart thing. 1-0 now to Mike Lansing. And a home run to left in the 3rd to provide the 4th Shocker run, and he is 1 for 3. Shockers shortstop Lansing, fastball hitter, good quickness at the plate, has power as he has shown, and Coach Gene Stevenson said even though he's a veteran player, needs to preach patience to him. Going to make sure he gets his pitch. Wheeler, this one on the dirt, and now 3-0. Be a test of patience here. Guy's already jacked 1 home run. He sees the lead run down at 3rd. He's got a 3-0 count on him. Let's see what Wheeler offers.
I'd much rather face Lansing than I would Wedge.
Ball 4. So Wheeler walks. That's his first walk that he's given up tonight. Kraft, the starter, walked 1. Myers walked 2. Simpson 3. And now Wheeler his first. So the Shockers have worked the Cowboys for 7 walks this evening. Brummett, the Shocker pitcher, on the other hand, struggled in the early going with control, walking 6 batters, but has settled down. Other than the home run in the 6th inning, he's pitched very well over the last couple of innings. Here's Wedge, and George made that comment because Wedge is the home run leader of the Wichita State Club with 16
RBIs.
Hasn't done much tonight. The base hit he had was not a screecher. Trickled out in the left field back in the 3rd. He was left stranded. Shockers have left 5 on base. The Cowboys have left 8. 4-4.
He put on a pretty good exhibition on batting practice.
Yeah, saw some of those.
Telling you.
Wedge probably wondering, oh, I think I could have played here at OSU. I got 16 homers at Wichita. Wait a minute, I like this summer wind going out. Tony Kunis is the Cowboy catcher now. Defensively, he comes in as a replacement. Perna pinch hitting for Shelton in the Cowboys 6th, and then Kunis coming on to call the pitches now behind the plate for OSU. Oklahoma State travels to Ames, Iowa for big conference doubleheaders this weekend, Friday and Saturday against the Cyclones. folks will return on Sunday. Final exams, so they're off next week during the week. And then don't forget, if you happen to have HSE, Home Sports Entertainment, on your cable system, you'll see 2 of the big games in the Bedlam Series with Oklahoma and Oklahoma State, Friday, May 5th and Sunday, May 7th. Hope you have a chance to tune in on that weekend for HSE college baseball.
It'd be interesting to see if Gene turns Lansing loose. He's 28 out of 31 on stolen bases for the year. You know, he's leading the club in stolen bases. It's 2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs. I know you want to take Wedge, the bat, out of his hand in case he gets thrown out at second base, but 2-run lead's a lot better than 1-run lead.
2 on, 2 out. And Wedge taking his time, looking down to Gene Stevenson. We're tied at 4. And the Shocker 7th, 3-0 the count. With a 2-1, I beg your pardon, with a called strike.
Quick move to first base.
Wheeler wondering the same thing as you.
I think he is.
The Shockers have always had a good base running team, and this year they've stolen 149 bases out of 169. Lansing with 28 steals, Audley with 27, number of players in double figures. Here's a shot by Wedge. If it's fair, it's gone. It's foul. Now that's what an umpire ought to do. Thank you, Lee Hagler. He let us know right away. That's out of here, but it's foul.
He told Gene Stevenson it's fouled by 2 inches.
Gene's going, wait a minute.
I don't know if that got around that pole or not. You get dizzy as quick as it was hit.
It was a dot. Runners at the corners for the Shockers, trying to regain the lead. We're in the 7th here in Stillwater between 2 top 10 college baseball teams. What a battle it's been. Wheeler's pitch. Inside, ball 3. Boy, you don't think it in a partisan crowd. That thing went close to being a strike, and the fans were oohing and ahhing like it just caught the black of the plate. That's great. That's the way it ought to be for the home team.
That's right.
Scream for your guys, boo the umps and the other guy.
Make the umps fight his way out of here.
Yeah, leave the other guy alone. Go ahead and boo the umps. 3-2, 2 out, 2 on for the Shocks. Here's Wheeler versus Wedge. Lansing going, a drive to center field. And gets by the center fielder Purvis. 1 run scores easily. And now 2 in, and the Shockers have regained the lead.
You know, this late in the ball game, you're going to see the ball. He leaves a breaking ball up, and he really didn't hit it that well. Hit it off the end of the bat. He's coming in. He's trying to save these 2 runs and makes a heck of a good effort. Ball gets by him and allows the 2 runs in. But by diving, if he backs up and stops it, only 1 run comes in. But this late in the ball game, he's got to try to make the play.
So Wedge, a double to center field. He has got 2 base hits tonight. They'll look like line shots in the book, but they have not been that. But he gets the production done, and that's what counts. The Shockers take the lead 6-4 on the 2 RBI double by Wedge, scoring Lansing and Audley. So it's 6-4 as Mike McDonald, looking for his 2nd base hit of the night, steps in. Here's the 1-0 pitch. McDonald hits a long one, and you kiss that one goodbye. Mike McDonald with a 2-run homer, and the Shockers, just like that, make it an 8-4 ball game.
Doesn't take long, does it?
No, sir. Mike McDonald with a home run. And for McDonald, that is his 11th homer of the season.
Give the soccer fans came down from Wichita to cheer, something to cheer about.
They've exploded for 4 here in the 7th.
You know, it looks like he's hung another breaking ball, and he just went down and got it. The wind didn't help this ball. This ball was hit well up on the nets in left field. We'll see it dot in there somewhere.
It brings up Todd Dreifert, the DH. He scored a run in the 2nd after walking, came in on Winslow's homer.
All with 2 outs.
Shocker's 3rd homer of the night. Winslow a 3-run blast in the 2nd, Lansing a solo in the 3rd, and now the 2-run blow for Mike McDonald. The Cowboys, on the other hand, a homer from Carlson to tie the game in the 6th. Rather, a homer from Carlson in the 3rd inning to get the Cowboys on the board, and then Burnitz with a big blast in the 6th to tie the ball game. 5 home runs tonight. For Wichita State, and here's a shot to left field, and Dreifert is aboard now. All this coming, as George mentioned, with 2 outs, and sure Tom Holliday, the pitching coach of the Cowboys, saying, come on, Earl, at least get us out of this inning. We don't want to have to bring another guy in right now. Let's get going. And you play that waiting game, and next thing you know, you get stung.
Well, I mean, 2 balls that were hit pretty well, but still, you got a bloop single in the center field, you got some walks, and then a guy comes up. Sure enough, you turn around, you make a good pitch, and the guy golfs it out of the ballpark. He hit the ball well, don't get me wrong. He crushed that ball into the net in left field. But that's the reason this game is a game of inches. You're 1 out or 1 pitch away from getting out of a big inning, and it's still 4-4, and you turn around and look up 10 minutes later, and you're down by 4 runs.
We are in the 7th, and Pat Mears, Wichita State 3rd sacker at the plate. Mears hitting .310 coming in. He's got a little power, 5 home runs, 8 doubles on the season. Dreifert, in case you're wondering if he might be running, doubtful. Mears in the hole, 0-2. The Shockers now with 8 runs on 8 base hits. The Cowboys 4 on 3 hits. And there's strike 3 on Mears, and the inning comes to a close. But the Shockers get 4 runs on 4 base hits. They leave a batter, and it's 8-4 Wichita.
You're watching OSU Baseball on United Cable Sports.
Take a new look at your financial future with Wichita Federal Savings. Here you'll find modern, efficient facilities with helpful, professional people, eager to show you everything from checking plans to investments, and the ways and means to realize your goals with personal, home equity, and mortgage loans. You'll also find fast drive-up lanes, quick teller lines, all at convenient locations. For more than half a century, we've been serving Wichita, and we'd like to serve you. At Wichita Federal Savings, we're all about money.
The next time you have a tall printing order or need to make a lot of copies fast, just call Greyhound Printing. From high-speed copies to business cards, envelopes and letterheads, stationery, statements and invoices, Greyhound Printing will assist you with printing orders large and small, no matter what the job. Rest assured that your order will be done right and on time. There's even free pickup and delivery. Greyhound Printing, professional service without the professional price at 264-8231. That's 264-8231.
Mike McDonald's home run caps off a 4-run inning for the Shockers as Wichita State leads at 8-4 in the 7th inning stretch. Oklahoma State starts it off the way they want with Ray Ortiz driving a ball to right field as we come back to live action. The Cowboys. You missed a base hit by Ortiz to right field. And Oklahoma State down 8-4. And sure Gary Ward thinking, hey, gang, no better time to get right back into it than now.
Well, I mean, they did it in a half inning. They did it in 3 swings of the bat. Oklahoma State can do the same exact thing. They're very capable of doing that.
Greg Brummett back on the mound for the Shockers. This one down the third baseline by Daly. Goes foul. We mentioned Brummett walking 6 batters. And that came in the first 4 innings. He retires Oklahoma State in order in the 5th. In the 6th, he gives up the home run to Burnitz, but that was it. And now a single by Ortiz. So you kind of wonder, he's got his control, but is he losing some stuff?
Well, I mean, he should be.
Yeah.
He's only human. He's throwing 135, 140 pitches. He deserves to lose something.
Here comes the 0-1 delivery to Steve Daly. Looking for his first base hit. The Shockers have walked Daly twice, and he ended an inning with a fielder's choice in the 4th. So, guy who came in here on a real tear and has really been cooled off. He's been avoided. 15-game hitting streak, hitting .500 over that stretch. Well, right now, Brummett can afford to avoid him. He ended the 4th inning when the Cowboys left the bases loaded, though. Wichita State. They've never trailed. It was 4-0 Shockers. And then the Cowboys battled back to tie it up. And just as quickly as that happened, the Shockers pounced on OSU for 4 in their half of the 7th. We're in the bottom of 7 now. And Daly goes down on strikes. 1 out. Brings up third baseman Bobby Carlson, who homered in the 3rd. Grounded out to second in his other 2 trips. Carlson, a man aboard on that 3rd inning homer for 2 RBIs.
It's amazing that Brummett still has the pop that he does on his fastball. He's really still throwing the ball pretty hard. Locating it pretty well. Normally when you get tired, you'll come up in the strike zone with your breaking balls, your fastballs. Everything will start coming up in the zone.
Brummett has got 4 complete games. This is his 14th start of the year. All of his appearances have been in a starting role. So he's capable of going the distance, but we've mentioned the Shocker schedule that is coming up and the fact that he will be pitching Sunday at Southern Illinois. And there is action in the Shocker bullpen now, both from the left and right side. So one would imagine that Brummett won't be going too much longer, no matter how successful he is. He has thrown a lot of pitches.
Well, Gene's got his top right-handed stopper down there, and Jim Newland leads the staff with 10 saves warming up. And I'm sure that if he gets in any kind of big trouble, he'll have him in the ballgame. Got him way out in front of a fastball.
1-2 to Carlson. Junior out of Naperville, Illinois. Bobby Carlson, or strike 3, I beg your pardon. We catch up with the action here.
I still think he's trying to figure out, well, you know, Carlson did think that he went around on the pitch, but he swung. If he'd have hit the ball, it'd hit out over there on those housetops.
Just the 3rd strikeout for Brummett. He's got 2 of them here in the 7th, back-to-back. Brings up Brian Purvis. Brummett might be saying, don't you think about taking me out of here?
That's right. I mean, he's come out here in this inning, bottom of the 7th inning, throwing strikes, throwing the ball where he wants to. And just like on that pitch, I think 3 innings ago that was a ball.
One and 1. 2 out, a man on. Ortiz opened things with a single on the first pitch. Daly struck out. Carlson goes down on strikes, and now Brian Purvis, who is 0 for 3. It's a topper, and it goes foul. The Shockers have made 3 errors tonight, but they have been fortunate in that they haven't been any more costly. All 3 of those came in the 4th, and Brummett worked his way out of a bases-loaded jam.
You know, this situation here where 1 ball, 2 strikes. Try to get this guy. They're playing behind the runner at first base. They're letting Ortiz take second if he wants to. Throw the strikes. Get this guy out. Thank you.
And they do, as Gene Stevenson was hoping. He strikes out the side. No runs, 1 base hit. They leave 1. The Cowboys trail 8-4.
You're watching OSU Baseball on United Cable Sports.
You want a great price on a new truck? You got it at Don Hatton Chevrolet. Over 40 brand new S10 pickups from just $69.90 after rebate. Or you want low 2.9% GMAC financing? You got it, 2.9. And look at this. Even conversion vans loaded with 350, V8, color TV, and lots more. Discounted $3,500. Quality, selection, price, low 2.9% financing, even S10 pickups from just $69.90. You got it all at Don Hatton, Wichita's exclusive Transair dealer. See us now.
Yes, service. We do that. Under air conditioning, under furnaces, under heat pumps. We can clean the vents, the ductwork. We do all that. We do it 24 hours a day if you want. That's the kind of people we carry the Coleman line. The Coleman name you can trust. Trust. You don't find trust anymore. But we got it. And you get a high-efficiency Coleman furnace or air conditioner from us, and we give you a big savings bond. How big? Up to $700. Trust me. The Funny Stock name is heating and air conditioning. 3 generations. So you should call Funny Stock. Why not?
Here's our situation as the Shockers coming up. Let's go to Dave Armstrong.
Brent Chemnitz is my guest pitching coach for Wichita State. Brent, your starter has gone a long time. How many pitches has he thrown?
He's thrown around 120. He's just now getting in a groove. He struggled early. He was working behind in the count. He was having a tough time getting a rhythm. Now he's in a rhythm. So we're watching the pitches, and we'll go with him as long as he's effective.
So you don't think, right now, you're not thinking of taking him out, even though he has thrown 120?
Well, we're watching it close. Our bullpen's ready. We have a lot of confidence in our pen, but as long as he's going good, you know, we'll get 130, 135, somewhere in there, but right now he's effective.
All right, good enough. Brent Chemnitz, our guest. Now back to you, Bill.
Thank you, Dave. The Cowboys go with their 5th pitcher of the night to start the Wichita State 8th inning as Gardella comes on. Mike Gardella. This is his 16th appearance, all in relief. He is 4-0. Left-hander. He's thrown 29-plus innings. Struck out 43, walked 22. An ERA of 3.68, Mike Gardella. And the leadoff hitter for the Shockers, Bryant Winslow.
I'll tell you what, you're looking at a young a left-hander here that's got some high octane.
1-1 in the pitch to Winslow. Winslow with a 3-run homer in the 2nd, and he made Oklahoma State pay for the walks as starter Cassidy Kraft walked the leadoff man in that inning, Wedge. Pops this one foul. And then Kraft was relieved. Dreifert was walked by Carl Myers. And then Myers was able to retire Mears for the 2nd out of the inning, but Winslow hits a 3-run homer with 2 down. Then Lansing's home run in the 3rd came with 2 outs. And as we mentioned last inning, Eric Wedge with a 2-run double with 2 outs, and then a home run by McDonald, of course, with 2 outs. So the Shockers have gotten the hits when they have had to, with the heat on. And a pitch here or there, and it's a whole different ball game.
Oh, tremendous ball game. I hate to refer back to the 1st inning again, but when they have Brummett on the line, with the bases loaded, not getting any runs out of it, it kind of set the tone. They had a chance to have a gigantic inning there. And it's not to say they still got 6 outs to go.
Cowboys leave the bases loaded, though, in the first and in the fourth, and leave 2 on in the second. So you heard Brent Kemnitz talking about, hey, pitch-wise, yeah, this guy's getting close, but he's pitching better than ever right now. Teasing you. There's strike 3 to Winslow. So Gardella strikes out his opening batter. Joey Wilson, he struck out in the 7th to lead things off. The Shockers, with those 4 runs, had 8 hitters get to the plate. For Wichita State.
And didn't like striking out. Didn't like any of the calls.
Outside. Ball 2. Welcome back to our telecast. We apologize for our power outage here at the ballpark, but they've been playing. Nothing wrong with the lights in the field. Shockers have runners on first and second. There are 2 down. It is 8-4 Wichita State. We're in the Shocker 8th inning. The batter is Mike Lansing. The pitcher, Mike Gardella. Gardella started the 8th. Came out of the bullpen, struck out Winslow for the first out. Gave up a walk to Wilson, an infield hit to Audley, struck out Forbes, and now Lansing, the 3rd hitter in the Shocker lineup. Takes strike 2, 1-2.
Kunis has had a tough time all night. He has 2 balls he's throwing over the pitcher's heads. He's throwing them low and throwing them high. I saw another man that did that one time, Dale Murphy, with the Atlanta Braves. Started out as a catcher, and he couldn't throw the ball back to the pitcher. So they made him an outfielder.
And you know the rest of the story.
And you know the rest of the story.
Thank you, Paul Harvey. There's our situation here in Stillwater. Gardella strikes out the side, and our score remains 8-4 in the inning for the Shockers. No runs, 1 hit. They leave 2.
You're watching OSU Baseball on United Cable Sports.
The next time you've got a tall printing order, or you need a lot of copies fast, you need Greyhound Printing. From high-speed copies to business cards, envelopes and letterheads, folding, even stationery, statements and invoices, Greyhound Printing will assist you with orders large or small, no matter what the job. You can rest assured that your job will be done right and on time. There's even free pickup and delivery. So stay on top of things with Greyhound Printing. 264-8231.
There's no better gift than a gift of flowers, and there's no better place to find them than Rolling Hills Flowers and Gifts. Here you'll find beautiful, creative floral arrangements by experienced designers. Flowers and gifts for all occasions, for everything from bright balloon bouquets to home interior consultations. For sending flowers citywide or worldwide, nothing could be easier. Just pick up the phone and call Rolling Hills Flowers and Gifts at Maple and Maze Road in Wichita. Don't forget your secretaries during National Secretaries Week.
Shockers 8, Cowboys 4. Bill Lamb, George Frazier, and Dave Armstrong with you at Reynolds Stadium in Stillwater, Oklahoma. Wichita State with a 4-run lead as we enter the Cowboy 8th inning, and Manny Cervantes, the first baseman and number 8 hitter in Gary Ward's lineup at the plate. Cervantes tonight lined to center in the 2nd, walked and scored in the 4th, and went out on a foul pop to the catcher Wedge in the 5th inning. One 1-0 as Brummett brings it home. They say Brummett was at 120 pitches entering this inning. Was that correct?
That's hard for me to understand. He had 100. He had 94 at the end of the 5th inning.
He struck out the side in the 7th after giving up a base hit to the leadoff man Ortiz. And actually has retired 10 of the last 12 hitters. Gave up a home run to Burnitz in the 6th inning that tied the ball game. Then at 4-4, the Shockers backed him with 4 more runs in the 7th inning. Cervantes, a grounder to short. Lansing can't find a handle. Didn't stay down on the ball, and Cervantes is on an error, the 4th Shocker error.
You know, a little bitty error like this can get a lot of things started for a ball club. He makes a good pitch. 2 balls, 1 strike. Ground ball to handle at shortstop. He's kind of confident because when you fall behind 2-0 and then you get a ground ball thinking you got 1 out, and this happens. So what you try to do is turn around and tell your shortstop, good, ground ball hit back to me. We're going to turn a double play. Now, come on, let's go. Get your head up.
And this Wichita State team, a veteran ball club, one that 3rd in the College World Series last year, returning 7 starters, so I'm sure they're not going to get too shook. We've got a pinch hitter here for Oklahoma State as Paul Chavez, a 5'8" junior from Odessa, Texas, will hit in the place of what would have been Kunis. Shelton was the starting catcher. He was pinch hit for by Perna in the 6th, then played defensively. does not get a chance to bat. And now Chavez hitting for Shelton, rather for Kunis. Chavez, leading hitter at 462. You think, wow, why isn't he playing? Well, he's only played in 12 games. This is just his 14th at bat. 2-1 the count. Man on, nobody out. Number 9 hitter in the lineup with the pinch hitter Chavez. Cowboys thinking just get him aboard and see what happens. Chavez, maybe a DP. Forbes to Lansing and to Winslow. It's just that. And boy, does that get in your craw when you're a coach or a manager. All right, we'll get something going here. Get a little speed guy. Somebody get on base, make something happen, and hits into the double play.
Well, you get, you know, the thing is the kid's only got 14 at bats, and at our last telecast, he had a line drive base hit to right field. But there again, yeah, you try to get something going, and you turn around, and you got, instead of having men on first and second or a man on second base, you got 2 outs, nobody on, and you're down 8-4. We're back to square one again.
And you look out and you saw that flag, and it didn't fly in at all. You say, wait a minute.
Hey, the wind's blowing straight down.
It's our park.
Again.
We need some help now.
Yeah, the wind's blowing straight down again. They turned the fans off. I remember Bobby Valentine with the Texas Rangers, the manager in '87 when he came into the Metrodome in Minneapolis and play us. He would tape on the tunnels where the air came through, because he felt when we were hitting the wind, they'd turn it the other way where it's blowing out, and when his team was hitting, they put it sucking back the other way.
Well, the way
good old Bobby.
The Twins won in that ballpark that year, I don't blame any manager for wondering. Simons hits a bullet. Lansing makes the play, and then a nice pickup at first base by Winslow. No runs, no hits, 1 error, nobody left. It's 8-4 as we go to the 9th.
You're watching OSU Baseball on United Cable Sports.
You want a great price on a new truck? You got it at Donhattan Chevrolet. Over 40 brand new S10 pickups from just $69.90 after rebate. Or you want low 2.9% GMAC financing? You got it, 2.9. And look at this. Even conversion vans loaded with 350, V8, color TV, and lots more. Discounted $3,500. Quality, selection, price, low 2.9% financing, even S10 pickups from just $69.90. You got it all at Donhattan, Wichita's exclusive Transair dealer. See us now.
Yes, service. We do that. Under air conditioning, under furnaces, under heat pumps. We can clean the vents, the ductwork. We do all that. We do it 24 hours a day if you want. That's the kind of people we carry the Coleman line. The Coleman name you can trust. Trust. You don't find trust anymore. But we got it. And you get a high-efficiency Coleman furnace or air conditioner from us, and we give you a big savings bond. How big? Up to $700. Trust me. The Funny Stock name is Heating and Air Conditioning. 3 generations. So you should call Funny Stock. Why not?
Shockers coming up in the 9th with an 8-4 lead. More famous people here than just George Frazier, our color analyst. Robin Leach allegedly in the ballpark with Dave Armstrong.
This stadium is filled with celebrities here tonight. Unbelievable, Bill. Robin Leach is here with the lifestyles of the Shockers.
I'd love to say hello back to wonderful Wichita, Kansas, birthplace of Heisman Trophy winner Barry Sanders. In fact, there he goes walking next to Burt Reynolds.
I tell you, there are the stars here. What do you think of these 2 ball clubs, Robin?
I see a flamboyant game this evening. Just unbelievable punch in the lineup. I don't know much about baseball, though. I know... Dolly Parton is here this evening. Everyone's here. It's a stellar evening.
All right, I can see he's busy. He wants to go talk to Dolly, so we'll throw it back to you, Bill.
All right. That also, one time, was a guy named Jeff Williams, pitcher for the Shockers. They haven't needed him tonight. Brummett has battled hard and has the Shockers in control 8-4. Wichita coming up here in the top of the 9th with Eric Wedge, the Shocker catcher. He got things going with a soft double to center that drove in 2 runs that broke a 4-4 tie in the 7th. One of those tweeners in the center fielder, Purvis, with 2 outs, trying to make a play to end the inning and get the Cowboys out unscathed. Did not. It scooted by him and it brought in 2 men. And then the next hitter, Lansing, Brother McDonald homered to left, and just like that, we went from 4-4 to 8-4, and that's the way it is right now.
Got a new pitcher in Gordy Tipton. New catcher in O'Callaghan, I believe it's called.
Correct. O'Callaghan taking the place of Kunis, the third Cowboy catcher, and here's Tipton, who the Shockers have seen before. He got the victory in the first meeting between these two. Tipton came out of the pen in that game in Wichita a week ago, went 4 innings, gave up just 1 hit, no runs, struck out 4. So really shut the door, and then Gardella came on for the final inning and struck out the side in Wichita. Here Tipton relieves Gardella. Wedge hits one to short. Bean Blossom got bit and then threw it away. Took care of it.
Fantastic play.
Yeah, we've talked about that Shocker defense. Brad Bean Blossom, a guy who mentioned George sometimes appears, he looks like a second baseman, a short little guy. He's made plays tonight, though, any shortstop would be proud of.
Well, he's made fantastic plays in the field, but the thing you look at a guy like Brad Bean Blossom is he's got a good arm, too. He stays down on the ball. He's a veteran. He knows how to play all the infield positions. And Gary Ward speaks very highly of his play. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is he not in med school?
Has thought about pre-med, at least has taken the training toward that. Last time we checked, still wondering if he'd ever get anything but an A. That's the stat I find hard to believe.
That's the stat I
Forget
find
home runs, strikeouts, all these other things. Someone go through college without anything but an A. We're talking incredible. 1 out, McDonald up. 1-0 count. Mike Dryford on deck. Say it's been a strange game tonight. Kind of back that up. The Shockers with a 4-run lead, yet they've committed 4 errors, the most errors they've had this season in a particular game, and here they're beating a top 10 team in its own ballpark.
Well, I don't think, you know, that Gene Stevenson's particularly proud of the 4 errors, but they were able to abandon or try to say not give up a whole lot of runs off the errors. They recovered very well.
Yeah, really hadn't hurt them much. Got 1 run. Oklahoma State did, thanks to an error, but that's been it. Tipton's pitch, a little inside, and it's 3-1 with 1 down. Gordy Tipton, the 6th pitcher for Oklahoma State. Line drive over the head of a leaping Mitch Simons, and in right field it took a crazy bounce, but Burnitz was able to corral it. Keep McDonald to a single. Well, this has been a strange series when you look at these two teams that year in, year out, they're just very evenly matched. There had been a nickel's difference in the two ball clubs. The Cowboys have won 5 straight in Wichita going back to 1982. The Shockers have won 4 of the last 6 and close to making it 5 of the last 7 here in Stillwater.
Home field advantage. There's nothing to home field advantage.
Inside. Well, and it's funny is that Gene Stevenson is not afraid to tell you that he thinks this ballpark is too small and not fair, and yet he owns the Cowboys here. Yet Oklahoma State, a ball club that is tailored and should be to a ballpark like this, normally power laden, maybe not quite as much this year, but still very, very strong. They're not able to do it here. They go up to the bigger place in Wichita, up at X Stadium, and they're able to own the Shockers in their own backyard.
He's got a heck of a complex in Wichita also. AstroTurf infield, the lights, new stadium seats.
The record crowd there last week for the game, over 5,500. Both these schools headed for postseason play again this year, and both wondering if they'll get to host a regional. First thing they need to do is take care of their conferences, though. And Oklahoma State is leading the Big 8 conference. The Shockers have struggled in conference play, and that has been a bit of a mystery to Gene Stevenson, who's been disappointed at the fact that they haven't gotten it done in league action. They go to Southern Illinois this weekend. Oklahoma State in first in the Big 8 heads on the road to Ames, Iowa with doubleheaders on Friday and Saturday against the Cyclones. Here's a walk to Dreifert. Third walk of the night for him. That brings up Pat Mears. So Tipton now with runners at first and second and 1 out, with that submarine type motion, trying to get a ground ball somewhere to get a double play and get out of the inning.
Well, the one thing that Gordy Tipton's had a problem with is he tries to change his release points. I talked to Tom Holliday prior to our first telecast against Arkansas, and he'll try to come up on top instead of staying in the submarine motion and keep the ball down in the strike zone. When you throw underneath and you're trying to get the ball to sink, you need the ball below the knees. When the ball gets above the knees, the ball will float or sail and not sink.
Tipton's first pitch to Mears, ball 1. Shockers looking for a little insurance with a 4-run lead. Cowboys just trying to give themselves a shot in the ninth. 8 runs, 10 hits, and 4 errors for the visiting Wichita State Shockers. The Cowboys 4 runs on just 4 hits, no errors. 5 homers in the game. Winslow, Lansing, and McDonald for the Shockers. Carlson and Burnitz for the Cowboys. Here's Tipton's 1-1 delivery. High and tight, ball 2.
No, the hard thing too is Gordy Tipton's used to coming in and save situations, because he is one of their top relief pitchers. I believe he leads the club saves with 4. And it's tough sometimes coming in just to get some work for league play in the middle of the week. It really is. When you're used to being in a high pressured situation, bases loaded, nobody out in the ninth, and you're up by 2, and the coach hands you the ball and say, get me out of this mess, will you? And to come back in, you may be a little more relaxed. I know he's not out there trying to create himself a problem, so he can feel he's under some pressure here, because I've been in this situation before. But you really got to bear down and concentrate in this and keep the ball down in the zone. Get your ground ball double play.
You just got to have confidence that your ball club is going to come back and get something in the ninth and treat it that, hey, I've got to make it a possibility and not allow anything else in here. That's easier said than done.
Well, in 1984 with the Chicago Cubs, I won 9 ball games in middle relief. And it was in this typical situation in Wrigley Field. We scored a lot of runs. You come into a game, you're down 5-3 and pitch 2 shutout innings and watch them score some runs.
3-2, 2 on, 1 out, ball 4. The bases are loaded as Mears gets a walk-off Gordy Tipton. Tom Holliday comes out calling time, pitching coach of the Cowboys. There's Mears aboard. And in his own nice way saying something like, put it over the plate.
Well, I think too, I mean, I've watched the catcher a few minutes ago when he walked the first hitter. He had some words with the umpire. He turned around and had something to say. He's coming out to Gordy, basically telling him, you let me worry about the umpire. You throw the ball over the plate. Don't give him the choice. But you stand here and you throw strikes. And the worst thing an umpire likes to do is when there's been some close calls and some disagreement between everybody is to walk to that mound, because nobody likes getting chewed out. And hey, umpires have bad nights too. They're not perfect.
I didn't hear anyone raising a hand to argue with that.
That's right.
Oh, we've been tough on them. Hey, they're in any sport that's easy to officiate.
You're right. The only thing, I remember Larry McCoy in the big leagues one day. I was pitching in Oakland. I went in to change balls. I said, Larry, I'm giving 110% out on the mound. You're giving me 50 behind the plate. Would you please catch up? He didn't appreciate it at all. I think he went to, not for me. He didn't like that at all.
Well, Tipton's in a big, big jam. Bases loaded, 1 out. He's lost control, but he gets strike 1 on Winslow, and he's saying, now wait a minute. Just because the guy's struggling, don't give him a break now.
I had to laugh when I saw that call because the ball really was a breaking ball and it's belt high and they give him the strike. Just be consistent back there. I think that's all the players and coaches can ask for.
Winslow struck out on his last trip. Homered in the second, walked in the fourth, and forced a runner out in the sixth. Bryant Winslow would set the tone for the game with the home run in the second inning, and the Shockers doing all their scoring with 2 outs. 0-2, 1 out. And there's ball 1. Beautiful night for baseball here in Stillwater. Many of the Cowboy followers don't have faith that their ball club will come from behind, or maybe they're headed back to do some book work. They took off after that last inning. Many others have stuck around. Good crowd here tonight, 2,870. You see those seats were once all full. Cowboys, after their victory at Wichita last week and a sweep of Nebraska over the weekend, moving up in the rankings to number 7 by the ESPN Collegiate Baseball, 11 in Baseball America. Wichita State came in number 8 and number 5. Here's a long blow by Winslow, and you notice the left fielder Daly didn't turn around. His second homer of the game, and this one wipes him clean. A grand slam from Winslow. And what's remaining of this crowd, the Oklahoma State side, may be headed out now. Oh, the Shockers with a grand slam from Winslow, his second homer of the night, 7 RBIs, and the Shockers lead it 12-4. Bryant Winslow. Big, strong, powerful first baseman, and he's lived up to all of that tonight. I don't know if they built a ballpark that would have held that one in.
Did somebody say there was free hot dogs down at the concession stand? They're all running out. All the fans are leaving. Somebody said free hot dogs. Bill, maybe we're just bad luck for Oklahoma State.
Well, I'm starting to wonder that. For our viewers in Wichita, we've televised 3 Oklahoma State games this season, this being the 3rd, and the first was against the Arkansas Razorbacks. And we're not talking shabby competition, understand, but we're talking one of the best teams in the country that plays right here. And Arkansas was a winner on that night, 10-4. Then we came back a couple of weeks ago. Oral Roberts wins here 4-3. And now, since we last left the Cowboys, they've been on a run. They won 8 of 9, got things turned around, and then we returned. They say, oh no, it's you two.
Yeah, you two. And where's Armstrong? Stick him somewhere.
Bill Land and George Frazier with you here in the booth, and Dave Armstrong out in the stand somewhere. I don't think, well, they said free hot dogs. I know he's first in line.
Yeah, he was down there. As a matter of fact,
Joey Wilson inside the bag at third. Carlson, an outstanding defensive play to get Wilson, who's got good speed. And that's the second out of the inning.
Yeah, that's the first home run that Tipton has given up now in 31, 32 innings. And I know it's a grand slam on top of that. Really even makes it that much worse. But he's getting his work in prior to this weekend with the conference games.
But not quite what anyone expected of him.
No, you don't want to get in 40 pitches here.
Or give up 40 runs.
Or 40 runs.
Or in this case, 4. You folks in Wichita, hope you're enjoying the telecast as you should be. The Shockers have been impressive here tonight, even though they have committed 4 errors. I say impressive, maybe that's not the right word. They have battled hard and haven't given in to the problems that they've put themselves in bad situations and were able to get out of some jams. And George has mentioned that Oklahoma State will probably look back early in the game when you have a veteran pitcher who's a proven winner like Brummett in trouble. The Cowboys had him on the ropes with the bases loaded, and they left him stranded in the first, stranded in the 4th inning with only 1 run scoring, and left 2 on in the second. So they leave 8 men on base in the first 4 innings of the ball game, and then Brummett gains some steam, and he has been very, very difficult the last 4 innings.
Well, he's pitched fantastic. I mean, you know, he came back and started throwing. You know, he came back and he's throwing strikes. He's getting ahead of the hitters. And I think it's something that has proven why he's 10-2 coming into this ball game.
We go to the bottom of the ninth, and it is 12-4.
You're watching OSU Baseball on United Cable Sports.
The next time you have a tall printing order or need to make a lot of copies fast, just call Greyhound Printing. From high-speed copies to business cards, envelopes and letterheads, stationery, statements and invoices, Greyhound Printing will assist you with printing orders large and small, no matter what the job. Rest assured that your order will be done right and on time. There's even free pickup and delivery. Greyhound Printing, professional service without the professional price at 264-8231. That's 264-8231.
96 KRZ, at last a radio station that's listening to you. You said you wanted a station that's not too hard and heavy, not too soft and wimpy. You're tired of that same dance music over and over. Well, now there's a station just for you. 96 KRZ. 3 decades of quality rock with the Eagles, Fleetwood Mac, Rolling Stones, U2 and Steve Winwood. Plus the 96 KRZ promise. Less talk, less repetition, the most music. The station that's listening to you. 96 KRZ.
We go to the bottom of the ninth, and boy, do the Cowboys need a rally. Down by 8, 12-4. A grand slam by Bryant Winslow of the Shockers has put this one, you would think, out of reach. Who knows? Greg Brummett, who has been steamrolling the last 4 innings, goes to the mound in search of a complete game victory for Wichita State.
Well, again, Gene Stevenson, I think if he runs into any trouble, he's not going to let him struggle out there. I mean, he'd like to see him get the complete ball game and win the game, which with an 8-run lead, it should be secure with Jim Newland down in the bullpen with 10 saves. Throwing the ball very well for Wichita State, so I don't think Gene will allow him to stay out there and struggle.
And the Cowboys started with a base hit from Jeremy Burnitz. He gets on board. Burnitz with a single to left, his second hit of the night. He has one of the Cowboys' 2 home runs. And that brings up Brad Beanblossom. Here's Burnitz taking it the other way.
Well, the ball's down and in on him. He just fought it off and took a good pitch and turned it into a good base hit for himself.
Beanblossom, the Cowboys shortstop, comes up. He's looking for his first hit. Reached on an air back in the 4th, but has flown out and grounded out twice this evening. Hit the ball hard his last trip, but right at Lansing, the Shockers shortstop. 12-4 Shockers. They led 4-0. Cowboys crawled back to make it 4-4. And then the grand slam. Here's a double play, and that takes care of things for any part of a rally. Ortiz will be up with a lone chance for the Cowboys to stay in this one. Beanblossom going down 5-4-3 on the DP. I was mentioning it was 4-0 Wichita State. The Cowboys came back to tie it up. It took them a while, and then the Shockers with a 4-run 7th and a 4-run 9th to move out to a 12-4 lead and 1 out away from victory number 43. This team is 42-8. Here's Ortiz. He's singled to right in the 7th.
I'm going to call it. You know, we sit in the bullpen all the time in the big leagues. You say, I'm going to call it, meaning I'm going to call a home run. I just don't know why, but I feel it.
All right, George.
I feel it way back.
You buying afterwards if you're wrong?
No. Same answer I give in the bullpen.
I'll tell you what, these former big leaguers, those huge contracts, and they're all tight.
That's right. I'm going to call it way back. I mean, maybe over the lights.
Might as well shoot
carried
for it.
away.
Okay. You're looking for a Roy Hobbs shot.
I'm looking for turn out the light. I want to see him knock out the light standard.
Ortiz is capable. 17 homers on the year. He's had kind of a rough night. Walked, flied out, got hit by a pitch, and then a single. Ray has had an up and down season. Got off on a tear to start the year, then slumped, and has been hot lately.
Well, Mel,
Brummett's kept him in control.
Mel's down the truck. Mel, I'm going to make you a double cheeseburger bet. He hits it out.
Make that a Diet Coke in Mel's case. Just kidding.
Ortiz, high fly to deep right. Come on, Tornado.
Deep enough for George Frazier. Nor the Cowboys. They go down, and our final score is 12-4. Shockers win over the Cowboys. We'll be back to wrap it up with a couple of interviews. Stand by.
You're watching OSU Baseball on United Cable Sports.
Yes, service. We do that. Under air conditioning, under furnaces, under heat pumps. We can clean the vents, the ductwork. We do all that. We do it 24 hours a day if you want. That's the kind of people we carry the Coleman line. The Coleman name you can trust. Trust. You don't find trust anymore. But we got it. And you get a high-efficiency Coleman furnace or air conditioner from us, and we give you a big savings bond. How big? Up to $700. Trust me. The Funny Stock name is heating and air conditioning. 3 generations. So you should call Funny Stock. Why not?
Saturday night, April 29th, the Wichita Wings travel to Tacoma to take on the Stars. It's the first round of the MISL playoffs, and you can catch all the action live starting at 9:30 on Cable Channel 34. Don't miss this chance to cheer on the Wings as they seek revenge against the Tacoma team that defeated them in the playoffs last year. The Wichita Wings take on the Tacoma Stars, live Saturday, April 29th at 9:30, only on Cablevision, Channel 34.
Up, way up. That's what's been happening to cable viewership. At the same time, guess what's happened to network viewership? And the majority of those lost network ratings have gone directly to cable. Over 120 million viewers have found cable. And there's a simple way for advertisers to find them. Plug into the power of cable. Wichita is cable ready. Call 262-4270.
Add more fun to your weekend every weekend with the Eagle Beacon.
I can't wait for Fridays. That's when I turn to the timeout section. It tells everything that's happening on the entertainment scene all weekend.
I like to know what Fred Mann thinks about sports and what Bob Getz thinks about anything.
Well, I love that new Sunday Magazine USA Weekend and the Eagle Beacon's coverage of the arts and books and the coupons and TV Week and politics.
This Sunday and every Sunday for the next 3 months, find out how we see ourselves in the new weekly Kansas Health Report in your Eagle Beacon.
Wichita State gets a distance job out of Greg Brummett, his 3rd complete game of the year. He sets down the Cowboys on 5 hits and is now 11-2. And Dave Armstrong is standing by with the offensive hero and also Coach Gene Stevenson of the Shockers.
Thanks a lot, Bill. Brian, you really felt it tonight. I guess 2 dingers in one game. First one, a little bit fortunate, wind dated. What did you think on the first home run? You hit the 3-run homer.
Actually, I thought it was a pop out. I was kind of disappointed. Usually they don't hit the ball in the air, so I was kind of hoping to hit the ball on the ground, maybe catch a hole. But fortunately, it got up and it got out, and thank God for the win.
Second one must have felt real good with the bases loaded.
Real good. I hit the ball on the line, got out pretty quick. Everything felt right.
What do you think? Can you put this win in perspective, beating the Cowboys on their own home field?
It was a good win for our team. We've been down. Last time we played them last week at our park, I think with Coach Schultz in the locker room after the game, we kind of gave up. We kind of let down. Tonight we came out, we scored runs. They got back on us, and we kept scoring again. It was a good win for our team. We needed this.
Good job tonight. Coach Gene Stevenson is also joining us. Gene, this has got to feel good to come here. Last time you were here, you won in the regional, and now you come here. What is it about this place that you are so successful?
I don't know. I talked to Gary after the game for a minute, and I said, it seems kind of awfully strange. I can't beat him up there at our place. It doesn't matter how big a crowd we have. It seems like we can't seem to win. But, we seem to have better luck here, and we're not intimidated by playing here. I think our players get pumped up when the crowd gets on them a little bit, and they really hung together and fought hard, and I was very pleased. If someone had told me before the game that we'd make 4 errors and walk as many as we did and be behind hitters all the time, and our first 2 guys in the batting order not get on any more than that and still win, I would have said there's no way. But, we got lucky.
Brummett threw a lot of pitches, but he got into a groove late in the game. Did you ever think at any point of taking him out?
Yes, I thought particularly there when he started off the 8th that maybe we might have to get him out, and there were some other times a little bit earlier, of course, when he was struggling with so many pitches early in the game. But, you know, he needs to get that low pitch, and you know, we get it in most places, but it seems when you come here, the zone gets pretty tight, and I think it's just kind of traditional here that happens. But it worked both ways tonight, and it helped us because we drew a lot of walks too.
Now it's back to Missouri Valley play for you. Surprising, Shockers have 4 losses. You're heavily favored, though, to win your league, aren't you?
Listen, we're the underdog now. I mean, we put ourselves in that situation. We're going to have to go out and win them all that are remaining. We have 8 games remaining in the league, and if we can pull them out and win, I still think we've got a chance to win the league. Of course, we can't do anything about it if Indiana State never loses, but we're going to go out and do the best job we can with what we've got and hope it's enough.
All right, Gene, congratulations tonight. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you, Dave.
All right, Gene Stevenson, head coach of the Wichita State Shockers. Winners here today by a big margin. Back to you, Bill.
Thanks, Dave. 12-4 the final, and Bryant Winslow's 2 home runs, 7 RBIs. The big job offensively for the Shockers. As I mentioned, Brummett, the winner, 11-2. The loser, Wheeler, the 4th of 6 pitchers for Gary Ward's ball club. He is now 1-1. George, any final comments on tonight's game?
Well, I tell you what, you know, it's nice for me to see this type of ball clubs play each other, because I said earlier in the year at other broadcasts, ORU, Arkansas, this could be a preview of the College World Series. And to me, that's what this is. When you see ball games like this in the caliber of hitting and see a pitching performance like a Brummett that's 11-2 now, and for Gene to come in here and beat Gary at this ballpark, he dominates here, Gary dominates up there, but I really enjoyed doing the telecast, and I think these are 2 ball clubs that you're going to hear an awful lot from in another month.
Hope you've enjoyed the telecast throughout the season, and glad to have our Wichita viewers with us tonight. Also like to remind you that we have 2 more games coming up on home sports entertainment, Oklahoma and Oklahoma State, May 5th and 7th. If you have that service, you'll have a chance to view those games. Our final, 12-4, the Shockers win it here over Oklahoma State. For George Frazier and Dave Armstrong, this is Bill Land. A special thanks to our Teleproduction Unlimited crew, headed up by Mel Elzey. Our statisticians tonight, Joe Riddle and Emmett Land. Have a good evening. Hope you enjoyed the telecast. If not, the result, our final 12-4.
Tonight's game has been brought to you in part by Greyhound Printing, professional service without the professional price.
The next time you've got a tall printing order, or you need a lot of copies fast, you need Greyhound Printing. From high-speed copies to business cards, envelopes and letterheads, folding, even stationery, statements and invoices, Greyhound Printing will assist you with orders large or small, no matter what the job. You can rest assured that your job will be done right and on time. There's even free pickup and delivery. So stay on top of things with Greyhound Printing. 264-8231.